Roughly every 10 seconds, a newborn dies. So many of these deaths could be prevented by the amazing benefits of an own mother's milk diet, especially for those infants in need of care in the NICU. Research clearly shows the power of own mother's milk to reduce the risk and severity of disease, to build the strength and resilience of our most vulnerable infants. And yet, there is currently no global data outlining how many vulnerable infants are benefiting from this all-important start in life. On this critical issue, we're in the dark. We must do better. We must create a clearer picture of how many NICU infants across the world are being given this vital protection in the volumes they need in order to drive quality improvement. Working with leading experts, Medela has created simple but effective tools NICUs can use to assess the human milk practices they have in place, collect data, identify potential for improvement, and implement evidence-based best practices. Help us create a brighter future. Help us put human milk in the spotlight and drive changes that can benefit every infant. Talk to your Medela representative today to understand the tools we have available.
technology is increasingly present in our lives, shortening distances, bringing faster solutions, and with more practical ways of living day by day. We believe that for all of this to make sense, every solution needs a reason to exist. So why not focus on using this technology to solve real problems in our society? At a time when neonatology had an important reduction in mortality, and today it has the challenge of preserving the quality of life of patients and their families, in a scenario where the number of children with disabling diseases is very large, representing a hard socioeconomic burden in Brazil and in the world. In a country of continental proportions where the heterogeneity of resources, protocols, and conducts represents a harsh reality. PBSF, Protecting Brains and Saving Futures, was born, with the motto of bringing accessible technology and intelligence to prevent neurological sequelae, as with the objective of promoting initial and longitudinal education and training, and also facilitating the implementation of methodologies and tools for early diagnosis and neuroprotection on a large scale. And for this, we created the CSI, a central of surveillance and intelligence where we use an advanced telemedicine system to break borders and shorten distances. In this scenario, we've already monitored more than 4,000 children in more than 270,000 hours of monitoring, distributed in more than 30 hospitals, located in all 5 regions of the country. In addition, we're extremely pleased to work with international partnerships with a focus on education, research, and technological development. But we want to go further, generating homogeneity of protocols and conducts between distant centers and with different resources. With intelligent monitoring, longitudinal education, and capacity building, we can better serve high-risk babies. Together, we can make a difference in the lives of each of these little patients. We believe in the fundamental importance of each of these children being able to read, learn, and believe in tomorrow. Only in this way can we build a country and a better future. PBSF. Learn more at pbsf.com.br.
Roughly every 10 seconds, a newborn dies. So many of these deaths could be prevented by the amazing benefits of an own mother's milk diet, especially for those infants in need of care in the NICU. Research clearly shows the power of own mother's milk to reduce the risk and severity of disease, to build the strength and resilience of our most vulnerable infants. And yet, there is currently no global data outlining how many vulnerable infants are benefiting from this all-important start in life. On this critical issue, we're in the dark. We must do better. We must create a clearer picture of how many NICU infants across the world are being given this vital protection in the volumes they need in order to drive quality improvement. Working with leading experts, Medela has created simple but effective tools NICUs can use to assess the human milk practices they have in place, collect data, identify potential for improvement, and implement evidence-based best practices. Help us create a brighter future. Help us put human milk in the spotlight and drive changes that can benefit every infant. Talk to your Medela representative today to understand the tools we have available.
Technology is increasingly present in our lives, shortening distances, bringing faster solutions, and with more practical ways of living day by day. We believe that for all of this to make sense, every solution needs a reason to exist. So why not focus on using this technology to solve real problems in our society? At a time when neonatology had an important reduction in mortality, and today it has the challenge of preserving the quality of life of patients and their families. In a scenario where the number of children with disabling diseases is very large, representing a hard socioeconomic burden in Brazil and in the world. In a country of continental proportions where the heterogeneity
Alors, bonjour et bienvenue à tous. Mon nom est Richard Gosselin. Je suis le directeur de l'unité néonatale à l'hôpital de Montréal pour enfants au CUSUM à Montréal. Et bienvenue à la 10e conférence néonatale de l'université McGill sur le thème de la neurologie néonatale. So this is the 10th annual conference for McGill. Which in its very beginning in 2010 was on the theme of hypothermic therapeutic hypothermia, so brain protection. So to celebrate the 10th anniversary, it seemed only fit to going back to our roots and revisit the topic of neonatal neurology. C'est une édition spéciale. L'an dernier, en raison des événements, la conférence a dû être remise et ça a été en fait la seule interruption depuis 2010. C'est un événement particulier cette année du fait que c'est une conférence virtuelle qui a certaines limites. Évidemment, on ne peut pas interagir comme on le fait habituellement, mais qui offre aussi la possibilité de rejoindre un paquet de gens, beaucoup plus de gens qu'on a l'habitude. En fait, cette année, on me dit qu'on a au-delà de 1000 personnes qui se sont enregistrées à la conférence du Canada, bien sûr, mais aussi d'Amérique du Sud et d'Europe. Alors, bienvenue à tous. Ça fait très plaisir de vous avoir. So this year, a very rich program spanning over 2 half days. Today, we're going to be talking a little more about the premature brain. And we have a really very great lineup of speakers for today with very rich topics and very hot topics as well. So I do hope you appreciate. Avant d'aller plus loin, je voudrais remercier l'équipe qui a permis d'avoir cette conférence-là cette année. Le travail avait été débuté déjà pour 2020 et s'est poursuivi cette année. Donc, merci d'abord à l'équipe secrétariale de l'hôpital de Montréal pour enfants en néonatologie qui ont été d'un grand soutien, qui sont toujours de grands soutiens à chaque année. Merci au comité organisateur et au directeur scientifique. Dr. Pia Wintermark et Dr. Santana. Merci à tous nos conférenciers, évidemment. Merci à nos commanditaires, dont vous avez pu voir défiler les publicités en introduction. Et merci à l'organisme PBSF, Protecting Brains and Saving Futures, un organisme brésilien qui nous offre en fait le support technique pour la tenue de cette conférence virtuelle. It seems only fitting and quite important actually to give, in French we say give a coup de chapeau. So salute our former unit director, Dr. Thérèse Perrault, who has really been pioneering this conference along with colleagues 10 years ago, and who's really been supporting and bringing this conference to where it is today. Dr. Perrault, I know, would have wished very, very deeply to have been able to have this conference last year, and unfortunately we couldn't. So for those who might not know, Dr. Perrault retired as of last fall, but this conference owes a great deal to Dr. Perrault's work. Je vais passer la parole au présentateur, mon collègue Jared Garfinkel. Donc, Jared est un néonatologiste à l'hôpital de Montréal pour enfants qui a joint notre équipe il y a plus d'1 an. C'est quelqu'un qu'on connaissait bien parce qu'il a fait sa résidence en pédiatrie avec nous à McGill et il est allé ensuite se former à l'hôpital Kids à Toronto, entre autres en travaillant avec le Dr. Steve Miller. Dr. Garfinkel a des intérêts de recherche particulièrement en ce qui concerne le cerveau du prématuré et entre autres l'influence de l'environnement et de l'expérience d'hospitalisation sur le cerveau du nouveau-né prématuré. Alors, bienvenue encore une fois à notre conférence et j'espère vraiment que vous allez apprécier les différents sujets et nos invités experts qui vont vous entretenir au cours des 2 prochaines journées. Alors, bonne conférence et à toi, Jared.
Merci, Richard. And just a reminder to everyone that post your questions in the YouTube channel, and after the presentation, I'll go through them to help the speakers answer all of them. It is my great pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Stephen Miller from Toronto. Dr. Miller is head of the Division of Neurology in the Centre for Brain and Mental Health at the Hospital for Sick Children, professor of pediatrics at the University of Toronto, and senior scientist at the Research Institute of Sick Kids. He also holds the Bloorview Children's Hospital Foundation Chair in Pediatric Neuroscience and co-directs the Pan-Canadian Child Bright Network. The focus of his research career has been on improving the care of newborns at high risk for brain injury, including newborns with congenital heart disease or those born preterm, via advanced brain imaging. Stephen has also mentored dozens of neurologists, neonatologists, and scientists across the world, including myself. Thank you so much for headlining this conference with your talk, Brain Development in the Preterm Neonate, the Importance of the Everyday. I'll turn it to Dr. Miller now.
It's fantastic to be here, and I want to start by thanking Dr. Santana and Wintermark for the invitation to join you. Like you, I'm sure you wish that we were having this conversation while in Montreal and celebrating the progress that we've seen in neonatal intensive care together. To start us off, we're going to take a look at brain health in babies born early, preterm neonates. And we're going to look specifically at the importance of the everyday experience of these babies on brain development. These are my disclosures. The real disclosure that I'd like to point out, though, is that the work that I'm going to be presenting from my team really has resulted from a wonderful partnership with Dr. Ruth Grunow and others at the University of and our team. These are the learning objectives that I've been instructed to provide. What I really want us to do, though, over the next 45 minutes or so is to think more about brain development than about brain injury. And I want to introduce a new omics. I think we're all familiar with the genome and the epigenome and the connectome. I want us to think more about the home. Maybe we should need a new field of homics. So from a neurologist perspective, this is the neonatal intensive care unit challenge. How do we provide neonatal intensive care to this baby born preterm, who we see is small, critically ill, on a ventilator, lots of monitoring, and yet we still aren't paying enough attention to this brain. And why is this so important? Is that we all want to see these children flourish. When we talk about flourishing, we mean throughout their development. We want them to be thriving. And why is this so critically important for babies born preterm? Well, we only have to look at the brain of these babies. This was a baby who was born at 26 weeks gestation, scanned at a week of age, again just before her due date, and then again 8 years later. These are axial T1 weighted images. We're looking down on the brain. At these ages, we could see the cerebral cortex is this bright ribbon, a millimeter thick, containing billions of neurons or nerve cells. These nerve cells make their connections through the white matter, which is dark on this image, to the basal nuclei, the basal ganglia, and the thalamus, the brain's relay stations. As these billions of neurons start to make trillions of connections, we now see sulcation and gyration throughout the cerebral cortex to make room for this amazing growth of the cortex. Now notice that from this 11-week period, the brain has tripled in size. And this baby underwent most of this period, this incredible period of brain development in the neonatal intensive care unit. And so we need to ask, how do our critical care therapies influence this period of brain development? But now let's see what this child looks like 8 years later, where the brain is now almost tenfold bigger than where we started. Another axial T1 weighted image, we're looking down on the brain, but here the cerebral cortex is dark relative to the white matter that's now bright because it's filled with myelin. All of these connections are now insulated by the fat of myelin. And so while most of our work has focused specifically on this period of brain development, we're becoming increasingly attuned to the importance of paying attention to what happens after these babies leave the intensive care unit. And here I'm very indebted to Dr. Ansinis in Vancouver, who's led the follow-up program there for many years and was a founder of the Canadian Neonatal Follow-Up Network, for constantly pushing us to ask, why do our concepts of brain protection have to end in the NICU? So let's look at this issue of brain injury in the preterm newborn. And I'm going to structure this talk around two key issues. The first is that brain injury in the baby is not a static lesion. The other is we're going to look at this experience of the everyday, the importance of the everyday, from the connectome to the home. Again, let's remind us that these preterm babies in our intensive care units are undergoing this incredible period of brain development, shown here again on these axial images looking down on the brain. These are T2 weighted images, so the cortex is dark, the white matter is bright. And again, just remind ourselves of this incredible period of sulcation and gyration as these billions of neurons in the cerebral cortex are starting to make trillions of connections. Now, when most people think of brain injury in the preterm baby, one either thinks of intraventricular hemorrhage or of white matter injury. Given our time, I'm going to focus specifically on white matter injury. And this is the injury where we started, cystic periventricular leukomalacia, or PVL. Peri next to the ventricles, leuco, the white matter, malacia, softening, these big cystic lesions in the white matter. As a pediatric neurologist, this was the lesion that I became first because when we see children in the pediatric neurology clinic who are born preterm, who are coming to us for spastic diplegic cerebral palsy, it is most often a result of cystic periventricular leukomalacia. And this distribution of cerebral palsy is related to the distribution of these cystic necrotic lesions in the brain, impacting the leg fibers more than the arm fibers. We now recognize that cystic PVL is also associated with cortical visual impairment and cognitive impairment. So this isn't just an issue of motor function, it's about the brain. Now, when I said that brain injury in the preterm baby is not a static lesion, it's also important to recognize that these lesions on imaging change over time. So we started with an ultrasound image that shows these cystic white matter softenings. Here we see it on a coronal T2 weighted MRI scan. So instead of looking axially down on the brain, we're looking face forward. So this is towards the back of the brain. Here are the lateral ventricles. The cerebral cortex is dark. The white matter is bright. CSF or fluid is extra bright. And we see here these areas of fluid, these cysts, in the periventricular white matter and the characteristic distribution of cystic PVL. Linda DeVries and her team, though, have pointed out that if you're looking at term age, you've likely just missed the cyst. We can maybe make out a small cyst here, but most of these big cystic lesions have collapsed. So we now have white matter loss and an irregularity to the lateral ventricle borders. So cystic PVL, the cysts are most evident early on, but the lesion changes its appearance. Now, when I was training as a resident at McGill at the Montreal Children's Hospital, seeing children with cerebral palsy after they were born preterm with cystic PVL, we would often describe their outcome as a static encephalopathy, an injury that happened to the brain and was complete, and we're now seeing the outcome. And that is what you might expect from this evolution of injury. As you see these necrotic lesions, the baby brain doesn't scar or have gliosis, so you have an expansion of the ventricles to take its place. But that's not what I mean when I say that this is not a static lesion. Let's look a bit closer at the more contemporary burden of white matter injury in the preterm baby. So if you think of cystic PVL, it's now become a rare condition. Over the last decades, it's declined in incidence over tenfold in most centers in North America and Europe. What hasn't changed is this high burden of punctate white matter injury. So let's come back to T1 weighted images. Here again, the cortex is bright, the white matter is dark. But here we've got all of these areas of T1 brightness in the brain scattered throughout the white matter. It's periventricular. It's not cystic. If it was cystic, it would be dark. But these are focal areas of necrosis in the white matter in exactly the same distribution as one expects periventricular leukomalacia. So we have a spectrum of white matter injury that goes from a few punctate lesions to more punctate lesions, all the way to cystic PVL. We see these lesions in over a third of preterm babies that we and others image as part of research protocols. This is very common, and it's most readily seen on these early MRI scans. So we could tell that this baby is preterm because we don't have fully sulcated and gyrated cerebral cortex. If we look at this baby at term equivalent age, we might see some residual T1 hyperintensity, but mostly these areas would have disappeared and the ventricles would have expanded, and our eyes are much more attuned to finding bright areas than they are to seeing missing tissue. So these lesions are best seen on early MRI scans. Jesse Guo, an MR physicist in our team at Sick Kids, looked at a cohort of 230 babies born, very preterm, 24 to 32 weeks gestation, with the BC Children's team in Vancouver. We carefully traced all of the punctate white matter lesions seen in a third of this cohort. And here we map out the frequency distribution of these lesions. So warmer colors means that lesions are more common in these areas. And we see that these punctate white matter lesions are periventricular. They're most common centrally, then and then anteriorly. Now, if we could these lesions, so this is all of the lesions in this cohort mapped onto a common template. We now look at these babies with white matter injury, and we try to predict motor outcomes at 18 months of age, looking at the Bayley scales of infant development 3, scores below 85. So what lesions actually predict concerning motor or cognitive outcomes are not where the lesions are most common. In fact, they're the most anterior lesions. So here, warmer colors means a higher odds of an adverse outcome. And we see that the greatest odds of these concerning outcomes for motor and cognitive outcomes are the frontal lesions, the more anterior lesions. So while lesions are most common centrally, it's the anterior lesions that are most concerning. Dalit K.M. Rand, a pediatric neurologist who spent fellowship time with us and is now back in Jerusalem practicing as a neonatal neurologist, thought that that was all well and good, that you've got these quantitative maps and you could look at these odds ratios, but she wanted a tool that she could apply in her NICU as a clinician. Now, as a neurologist, we know that it's not just the size of lesions that matter, it's their location. So we said, can we convert this quantitative map into a simple clinical imaging tool? So she looked at these images again, aligned the images into a common space or a common plane so that we're all looking at the same images aligned the same way. Looking at the axial images, she very simply took a line and that crossed the ventricles, this mid-ventricular line, and said, do you have lesions behind the line or in front of the line? And our hypothesis was, given these quantitative maps, that if lesions were in front of the lines, you would have a concerning outcome. In fact, this baby's outcome was normal. This baby had significant concerns, both out to 4.5 years of age. So when we look at the predictive value of this, surprisingly, this simple white matter injury location line has an 85% accuracy for predicting these outcomes. And we've been able to validate this in other cohorts at risk of white matter injury. You can add clinical variables, but it doesn't improve things very much, nor does adding the white matter injury volume. So we have a sensible rule that accounts not just for having white matter injury, but where this white matter injury exists. Again, these lesions, very easy to see on early MRI scans, much harder to see at term equivalent age, which may explain why the term equivalent age scans may be disappointing in regards to predicting outcome. Okay, so we started with cystic PVL, an important lesion that predicts spastic diplegic cerebral palsy, cognitive impairment, corticovisual impairment. Dramatic decline in the incidence of cystic PVL in babies 24 to 32 weeks gestation, going from 2% to 0.2% in the UCSF series. Linda DeVries and her team have shown a comparable decline with a decreasing rate of spastic diplegic CP. Instead, in 2021, we see punctate white matter injury in a characteristic distribution in about a third of our babies, and we need to really think about those frontal lesions as being very important predictors of cognitive and motor concerns. So if we look more closely at autopsy samples, and this is work done with Stephen Back and his team at Oregon Health Sciences University in Portland, we see punctate white matter injuries, these small focal areas of necrosis, surrounded by these broad areas of myelin pallor. And this is why these punctate little lesions matter so much. It's that they're just the tip of the iceberg for white matter injury. They are what we see most easily on conventional diagnostic brain MRI scans. When we look at this quantitatively, PVL accounts for a minority of lesions. Now, it still accounts for 8%, even though it's uncommon because there's such big volume when you have them. Punctate white matter injury is about a third, but 2/3 of the injury in contemporary cohorts of preterm babies is diffuse white matter injury. So let's look at this at a cellular level. If we look at Steve Back's sheep model, we have hypoxia ischemia that's induced, causes focal areas of necrosis, PVL at the extreme or punctate white matter lesions, and you have a loss of all the cellular elements. But if one looks at diffuse white matter injury, one gets initially selective pre-oligodendrocyte death. Now let's remind us that the oligodendrocytes are the cells that form myelin. Stem cells, they pass through this phase of being pre-oligodendrocyte. They become then immature oligos. So each oligo will start to send its processes and start to wrap around hundreds of axons. They become mature oligos when they start to form myelin. So with hypoxia ischemia, it's the pre-oligodendrocyte that's exquisitely vulnerable to injury. And I could point out that if you look at the white matter of the preterm baby at 28 weeks gestation, it is just filled with pre-oligodendrocytes. When's the peak incidence of white matter injury? It's at 28 weeks gestation. Think about bad intraventricular hemorrhage as a disease of the extreme preterm baby, the 23 to 25 weekers. White matter injury peaks at 28 weeks with like a bell curve around it. So focal areas of necrosis, you lose the pre-oligos, you lose the neurons and the axons. Diffuse white matter injury, you start with pre-oligo death, but then this incredible renewal of these cells. Reactive gliosis, which you could see here is all of these extra glial cells in diffuse white matter injury, and then this pre-oligo maturation arrest. The pre-oligodendrocytes get stuck in a phase of development that doesn't allow them to become immature oligos and then mature myelin-forming oligos. That then results in myelination failure more diffusely. So this is why these punctate little white matter lesions are so important, is that they are accompanied by diffuse white matter injury that we just don't see on conventional T1 or T2 weighted MRI scans. Why is it not a static lesion? Is that it's not that we've lost these pre-oligodendrocytes. They've actually upregulated, but they're failing to mature. They meet a roadblock. Steve Back and his team have shown that this roadblock causing this maturation arrest is related to hyaluronic acid in the extracellular matrix. And one can overcome using hyaluronidase inhibitors, this maturation arrest, to unstick these pre-oligodendrocytes to allow oligoprogenitor cells to then mature and form myelin. So I think we have a very exciting decade ahead as we stop thinking about brain injury in the preterm baby as a static lesion and think about it developmentally as a maturation arrest. How do we now unstick these pre-oligodendrocytes to allow for normal or recovery of myelination? So brain injury in the preterm newborn is not a static lesion. It's a problem of development. Now let's take a step back and come to this issue of the connectome to the home and the importance of the everyday. I find this an absolutely incredible image that Serena Council at King's College at the Center for the Developing Brain in London, UK was kind enough to share, showing the developing connectome using sophisticated diffusion tensor imaging at 32 weeks gestation. You see all of these connections from these billions of neurons reaching their subcortical relay stations with this back and forth exchange of information across the structural connectome. Now, these are beautiful images where you could see both intra and interhemispheric fibers. But I want to point out that this window on brain development is important because it's a quantitative map. If we come back, you can quantify the parameters of water diffusion through each of these fiber pathways to give us a quantitative map of how the brain is developing so that we could start to ask, how do our intensive care therapies influence this incredible period of brain development? And then do these changes matter for outcome? So let me just give you one example again from Professor Council's team, showing that thalamocortical connectivity matters for outcome. As we go from the thalamus to the cortex, motor outcome tightly related to how well the thalamus is connected to premotor cortex. And interestingly, cognitive outcome related to this thalamocortical connectivity in primary motor and sensory areas, suggesting we need to think about development and outcome holistically across motor, cognitive, and language domains. So now let's come to the importance of the everyday. Can we start to unravel how these complex neonatal intensive care exposures influence the development of the brain, which we now know is important for neurodevelopmental outcomes? Given our time, we're going to see very specific examples: pain, sedation, and nutrition. When I started doing this work with Ruth Grunau in Vancouver over 15 years ago, she had many years of experience showing that in very preterm babies, 24 to 32 weeks gestation, the number of times the baby is poked, the number of invasive procedures, was a very strong predictor of the baby's cognitive and behavioral outcomes through childhood, even when you accounted for how sick the baby was and how much morphine they were exposed to. Now, as a neurologist, if there's something different in your cognition or behavior, there has to be something different in your brain. And so we spent many years working together, trying to understand the influence of skin-breaking procedures, procedural pain, on this period of brain development. And we're going to use the paradigm of these babies that are born 24 to 32 weeks gestation, scanned in the first weeks of age, and then again at term equivalent age. And I remain incredibly indebted to all of the families who participate in these studies, often coming back from long distances once they're home for their term equivalent age scans right around their due date. Working with Emma Dorden, who is a research associate with my team and is now a Canada Research Chair at Western University in London, Ontario, she looked at this group of 155 babies, born very preterm, followed out to 3 years of age. And we wanted to ask, more specifically, what parts of the brain are most related to these early skin breaking procedures. We had previous data that gave us some hints that there were subcortical structures were important, with secondary influences on the white matter. And my mentor at UCSF, Donna Ferrero, constantly pushed us to say, if pain is important for the brain, and there's neurophysiology data from Mariah Fitzgerald and Rebecca Slater and their teams showing that there is abnormal thalamocortical communication of pain in the preterm baby, then there must be something wrong in the thalamus. And that is exactly what we see. So when we look at this cohort based on their early skin breaking procedures, so what happens to scan 1 versus late skin breaking procedures, scan 1 to scan 2, we see that it is the early skin breaking procedures are the most robust predictors of smaller thalamus volumes. So what happens late isn't as important. And this association is magnified in those babies under 20 weeks gestation. So we really need to think about pain in our youngest babies at the earliest time. Now, the thalamus is a complex structure with multiple nuclei that, unfortunately, in the preterm baby, the way these babies were scanned, we weren't able to segment specific nuclei. So instead, working with Emma, Jesse Guo, Malar Chakravarty, and MR scientists now at the Douglas with you at McGill, we looked at the shape of the thalamus. And what we see is that these volume reductions are because of reduced shape, right where one would expect sensory motor thalamus. Smaller thalamus volumes with greater skin breaking procedures, particularly early, right where one expects the sensory relay stations to be. Now, of course, these babies are getting their pokes because they're sicker. And so we have looked at this through intensive statistical modeling with our colleague Roland Brandt of Biostatistics Prof at UBC to account for every aspect of neonatal illness that we could think of, whether it's time on the ventilator, infections, and other medications. We see this very strong relationship with thalamus volume that is distinctively related to invasive procedures, skin breaking procedures. Now, fortunately, we now recognize that preterm babies experience pain and that an important part of neonatal intensive care is providing effective analgesia and sedation. When I moved from Vancouver to Toronto, I was struck that the Sick Kids NICU had a ban on midazolam for the preterm baby. I had come from a NICU where midazolam was used to provide very effective sedation for preterm babies on a ventilator for prolonged periods. Concurrent with my move was a neuroscience literature from other groups showing that midazolam, a benzodiazepine, may be toxic to the large neurons of the hippocampus. So Jesse and Emma, again working with Malar, refined techniques of hippocampal segmentation. So the hippocampus is that seahorse-shaped structure in our brains that are critical for memory. If you remember anything from this presentation, it's because of new connections in your hippocampus. And we were now able to map out growth in the preterm baby. The higher the dose of midazolam, the slower the growth of the hippocampus from early in life to term equivalent age, even when one accounts for pain exposure, morphine, and other aspects of neonatal illness. Now, let me point out that midazolam isn't predicting changes in the thalamus. Pain is not predicting changes in the hippocampus. Let's take this a step further. Around the same time, there's also an emerging basic science literature that showed that morphine, commonly used narcotic for analgesia in preterm babies, was toxic to the large, beautiful Purkinje neurons of the cerebellum. Emily Tam, working with Jill Zwicker, using this preemie cohort, mapped out cerebellar growth in these babies to show that cumulative morphine exposure predicted slower growth of the cerebellum, regardless of your gestational age of birth. Morphine doesn't predict growth of the hippocampus. Midazolam doesn't predict growth of the cerebellum. And again, this all persists in multivariable modeling, accounting for other aspects of neonatal illness that aren't predictors of these brain structures. Julianne Schneider, a neonatologist from Lausanne, came to do a fellowship with us and spent time analyzing imaging data from a beautiful cohort of very preterm babies that were scanned in Lausanne at 3 time periods: early in life, in the moderate to late preterm age, and then again at term equivalent age. In their NICU, they really emphasized minimizing pain, minimizing morphine, and not using midazolam. Now, we use sucrose commonly in North America for analgesia for babies. They didn't have sucrose, so they used glucose. And what do we see? is that more glucose exposure strongly related to slower growth of the brain, particularly in the basal ganglia, and particularly in girls. Performance Development Index of the Bayley-2, which is what they used for their outcome assessments at 18 months of age. Worse motor outcomes related to glucose dose, particularly in girls. There aren't many female vulnerabilities that I'm aware of in the NICU. This is one of them. So we start to see that even when one accounts for neonatal critical illness, ventilation days, infection days, necrotizing enterocolitis, we have these very strong and regionally specific relationships between pain in the thalamus, midazolam in the hippocampus, morphine in the cerebellum, and glucose and the basal ganglia. I'm often asked about residual confounding. It's hard to imagine confounding when they're not predicting changes across regions. So again, morphine not predicting the size of your thalamus or hippocampus, quite selective around the cerebellum. So as a neurologist, important to come back to the neuroanatomy and to the basic science and see these consistencies over time. Now, when I show these data, many neonatologists I speak with then say, well, so what do we do? And my answer at this stage is twofold. The first is we have an ongoing study that's contrasting these pain management techniques with brain outcomes, looking at NICUs in Toronto and Vancouver. So I hope you'll have me back in a few years where we'll have some updates around that study. But even more importantly is we need to do more to prevent pain. And you know, I've worked with many neonatologists and I've visited many NICUs, and everybody says we do everything we can to prevent pain. This is a newer study from Emma Dorden in collaboration with Linda DeVries. When Professor DeVries came to Toronto and looked at our NICU, she was surprised that we took out our central lines very, very quickly because we want to prevent infections. In the Utrecht NICU, they keep their central lines in longer, accepting that they need to do more to prevent line infections, but they like not having to poke the baby so much. So for taking blood, they go through the arterial or the central line. When we map out thalamus to total cerebral volumes based on the number of invasive early procedures between these two NICUs, one sees higher pain, lower thalamus volumes. But notice how much less pain is happening in this NICU with prolonged use of central lines. So this is, again, converging evidence of less pain for bigger brain. And I'm going to show this to try to provoke some conversation when you leave the conference and go back to your NICU to ask, are we really doing all we can to prevent pain in the baby? Let's take a very quick look at nutrition and brain health. And this is, again, data from Julianne Schneider's group of 52 preterm babies in Lausanne, very preterm babies, where they also mapped out nutritional intake just in the first 2 weeks of life. And I find this shocking results when one looks at brain volumes, either total brain volumes or just of the basal nuclei. One sees that energy intake in the first 2 weeks of life, strong predictor of brain volumes, and that effect becomes exaggerated as you wait to see the brain develop. So nutrition in the first 2 weeks, strong predictor of brain growth to term equivalent age, particularly energy intake and lipid intake. There's some regional specificity, but I'd also point out that lipid intake, very important for myelination. Myelin's a fat, so it shouldn't be so surprising. Better measures of white matter microstructural development reflected in these fractional anisotropy maps related to early lipid intake. And I still find this very striking that what happens in the first 2 weeks is such an important predictor as these babies grow to term equivalent age. And another reminder that it's not just about one issue in isolation. When one looks at nutrition in relation to ventilation, we know that high ventilation needs, and this is the median split of ventilation needs for their cohort, higher ventilation needs predicts slower growth of the brain. But now let's look at what happens in this high ventilation group based on their early life nutrition. Those babies in orange who had better nutrition in the first 2 weeks of age don't have this relationship between high ventilation needs and slower brain growth. They look like the low ventilation group. So let's ask, can we provide nutrition to babies early on in ways that mitigate early life adversity? Manon Benders and the team in Utrecht took a more proactive approach to this even. They looked at a new nutritional protocol for more protein and lipid intake in the first 28 days, and they see larger early brain volumes at an early scan that didn't persist to term equivalent age. So quite different findings to what we were seeing in Lausanne, and really to call out the need for rigorous trials of nutrition, not just for looking at the growth of the baby, but looking at the growth of the baby brain. So in our last few minutes together, let's come back to this issue of the omics. I've shown you the connectome. I don't mean to imply, by not addressing it, that there aren't contributions of the genome or the epigenome, the proteome or the metabolome. All important and all time for a different presentation. I want to take us from the connectome, though, to the home. So let's come back to this issue of long-term brain development in these babies born preterm. This axial T2 weighted MRI scan I've shown you before of a baby 28 weeks gestation at birth, scanned at 30 weeks gestation, tripling in brain size as we go here. We have sulcation and gyration, maybe the start of myelination or fat being laid down in the corticospinal tracts or voluntary motor pathways, but otherwise unmyelinated. 8 years later, the brain is now myelinated, so dark on T2 weighted image, cerebral cortex bright, 10-fold increase in brain size over this period. So let's leave the NICU and ask what's happening in the longer term. Beautiful study by Chris Kelly and his team using pixel-based, very sophisticated analysis of white matter microstructure in very preterm babies scanned at 7 years and at 13 years of age. And you could see in color all of the differences of these very preterm babies related relative to normal full-term control children. The differences are even more apparent as you look at 13 years of age. But very importantly, your gestational age of birth, if you look at these significant regions, strong relationship to your fiber density, all the way up to 7 years. So an important relationship between preterm birth, white matter microstructure, becomes even stronger as you follow these children. The longer you follow them, the more important the early life experience appears. So we need to think long-term for these babies. Our team in a beautiful study, adults born preterm in England, show dramatic differences of very preterm born adults relative to control adults, accounting for boys and girls, or at this age, males and females, co-varying for intracranial volume. The blue is reductions in cortical development. So reduced cortical size and complexity in these very preterm babies. If you now look at whether this matters, let me point out that it does for IQ, with changes in different regions than what is predicting adverse mental health in this population. So again, location in the brain matters, but I'm using this to highlight the very long-term associations between preterm birth and outcome. Let's take a step back away from babies born preterm and just ask more broadly, what's the relationship between the social context and outcomes? This is a classic study by Hart and Risley that often makes its way into the New York Times, looking at a child's cumulative vocabulary at 3 years of age. It turns out that how many unique words you have as a 3-year-old is a very strong predictor of how you will do through your schooling, past college, into your professional career. Painstaking work to count unique words in 3-year-olds in their home by their team. And here they're plotting cumulative vocabulary based on socioeconomic status in this graph defined by mom's profession, with the high SES group having 1,200 words, around 620 in the middle SES group, and 580 in the low SES group. Half of a vocabulary difference as you go from the high to the middle group. How many conditions do we care for in our children's hospitals that account for half of a vocabulary difference? Kim Noble at Columbia was able to study a cohort of 1,099 typically developing children and youth in Los Angeles County, very socioeconomically diverse group. And they looked at cortical development, showing here smaller cortical surface areas with lower years of parental education as a marker of socioeconomic status, moms and dads. Now, when we look at where those differences are occurring, doesn't this look so similar to those maps that Professor Nozardi showed us of adults born preterm relative to full-term adults? If we look at socioeconomic status back to this group of babies that were scanned in Vancouver, and we map out their distribution of cognitive scores and motor scores, and here I'm indebted to both Isabel Benavente Fernandez, who's a neonatologist in Canada, who spent some years with us in Toronto, and Arjuman Siddiqui from the School of Public Health. If one looks at the distribution of scores, not surprisingly, has been described in large epidemiologic studies, we see a shift in scores based on socioeconomic status. Here I'm going to focus on maternal education as our measure of SES. It's not about mom's education. The same thing happens if we look at dad's education or household income. This turns out to be the most robust predictor because we have the most robust data. This is a resource-intensive area, Vancouver. 60% of the moms had an undergrad degree, 20% completed primary, secondary school, and 20% had a postgraduate school. Now notice in this population how we have higher cognitive scores, a shift to the right in those with a postgrad degree. Not much distinction, a slight shift to the left with primary, secondary school. Most of this distinction is happening in the highest SES group, looking with the highest scores. Similar trends for motor scores. So now let's look as we go from the Bayley scale at 18 months to the Bayley scale at 3 years to an IQ test at 4.5 years in this group of babies. And one looks at the scores, just as I had shown in those distributions. This is over 150 children that were followed to 4.5 years of age. One sees the highest scores in those with the highest SES, middle, and then low. But let's get past this issue of this distribution and ask, how does white matter injury matter in these groups? Because Jesse Guo was able to provide us these quantitative maps of white matter injury, we could now standardize the amount of white matter injury. Model the amount of white matter, and we see that for a given amount of white matter injury, lower scores in the middle and lower SES groups predicted by white matter injury, but no difference in the highest SES groups. So one has to ask, what is happening in this group such that the brain injury isn't predicting lower cognitive scores? So these groups are behaving the way we would have expected from all of the other work. White matter injury predicts lower cognitive and motor outcomes, but not in the highest SES group. And I think that these are the data that have to move us past the genetic and epigenetic contributors to ask, how is our care influencing these outcomes? Serena Council and her team have looked at maternal prenatal stress exposure to show, using that beautiful tractography that I showed you in that three-dimensional image before, that there is altered development of specific frontolimbic pathways in preterm neonates, and that this is evident as early as term equivalent age. So we have to think longer term out to later ages. We also have to think earlier of what's happening even before these babies are born. And we can't think about this as a static issue. This is a study by Jill Vinal, who's now faculty in Calgary. This was part of her PhD thesis with Ruth and I in Vancouver, where she videotaped parents interacting with their children, mostly moms. I'd love to see more specific dad data, but this is a parent-infant interaction across a scale of emotional availability, looking at the number of skin breaking procedures, to their internalizing behaviors. Here, higher scores is worse behavior, more concerning behavior. We want low scores. We see the relationship that Ruth has observed for years. Higher skin breaking procedures, more concerning behavior, except in those groups with more optimal parent-infant interaction. So this is all happening in our NICU follow-up programs. How do we use our programs not just to measure outcomes, but to promote more optimal parent-infant interaction? So I hope this afternoon to have shown you that we have tremendous opportunities to promote white matter health and improve the outcomes of these babies. We need to look both to the connectome to understand how our NICU care is influencing this period of brain development. We also need to look to the home for better outcomes. And so I hope to have added a new word to your lexicon, one of the new omics. As we think of connectomics, let's also think of homics. And with that, I want to thank my team from multiple disciplines. I especially want to call out Jared Garfinkel, who is an absolute pleasure to have as a neonatal neurology fellow. You are so lucky to have him at McGill with you now in neonatology. And then Noha Goma, who is a dentist clinician scientist, who really elevated our thinking around socioeconomic status and coined the term homics for us. I want to thank our sources of support, and a special thanks to the families who participate in these studies over long periods of time and very stressful periods in their lives. And I look forward to our discussion and questions. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Stephen, for your talk. This is a talk that I've heard many times, and every time that I listen to it, I learn something new, and it reinforces some of the most important concepts around preterm brain injury and how to protect these vulnerable children. I'd encourage everyone who's attending to please post your comments and questions in the chat, and then I'll be able to coordinate any questions with Dr. Miller. And in the meantime, I've had some people text me some questions, people who I have in my phone. So if you don't mind, I'll go ahead and ask a couple questions up front. One of them is, given that we can't modify socioeconomic status or maternal education, what can we do to help newborns with brain injury who are born into lower socioeconomic statuses or who have lower maternal education levels?
Thanks, Jared. It's great to see you. And let me say that I think that issue is complex and one that needs a few levels. So can we cure poverty? Right. And this is where I point to some of the innovative work by Kim Noble, for example, at Columbia University in New York, where she's doing an intervention not in babies born preterm, but in low resource settings in New York City, and randomizing families to receive a benefit that would bring them to the poverty line, with the hypothesis that that will enable families to improve their children's outcomes. So I wouldn't necessarily exclude that we can address poverty. Marnie Brownwell in Manitoba similarly has looked at prenatal child benefits and shown early on an important effect of improving outcomes for these children and families over time. The next issue, though, is, do we have to just think about this as income? And that's where I come to Jill Vinal's work. Jill's now an assistant professor at the University of Calgary, really pushing this idea of promoting parent-infant interaction. And we have new evidence from this trajectories cohort in Vancouver that more optimal maternal-infant interactions really buffers the early adversities through changes in the brain. So that's not clinical trial data. There is good clinical trial data from our colleagues in Australia that suggests that we should think about parenting support as an intervention. And finally, how do we think even longer term? This is where I would turn to work by Trish Williams, a neuropsychologist that I'm privileged to work with at Sick Kids, and her e-health interventions to support parents, showing robust changes to the child outcomes. So while I'd love it if I were in politics and able to address poverty directly, as a neurologist, I think that there are multiple avenues that we could address that important question.
Thanks so much. We have a question in the chat from Marina asking if there's any data on the difference in outcome with exposure to different language, or is it really just vocabulary or number of words? So I guess it's maybe a question of quality versus quantity of words.
Well, Marina, that's a great question. I'm probably underqualified to answer. I know that there's been a fair amount of research in Quebec looking at bilingual homes to understand early language development. I think what the data from Hart and Risley point to is that the number of unique words you have is an important predictor of your language development over time, and that these findings were surprisingly robust. So, is it number of words in multiple languages? That's something that I'm hoping our psychology colleagues might be able to point to. It also brings me back, your question, though, to the North Carolina Abecedarian Project by Campbell. And they just published in the last few years 30-year follow-up in an intervention that looked at low resource setting in North Carolina in typically developing non-preterm children. And they were essentially randomized to some nutrition support and home reading, again, coming back to language. And they showed not only better education attainment through college age, better jobs and professions, but also improved cardiometabolic health. So less obesity, less diabetes. And I'd encourage everyone to look at the ABC study.
Another question is from one of my neonatologist colleagues. He's wondering about, Dr. Santana, wondering about the effect of apneas and bradycardias on the brain. I'm wondering if your data had any look at the effect of these hypoxic episodes on later brain development or child neurodevelopment.
Yeah, so a great question, and one I wish that Mireille Guillot is able to comment on more directly. So Mireille is a neonatologist who is also completing a neonatal neurology fellowship and will be joining you in Quebec at University of Laval over the next few months. And she's been very interested in the issues of bronchopulmonary dysplasia and lung disease. So when she looks at the number of days of mechanical ventilation that babies are exposed to, a striking relationship to how well the pons is developing, again, highlighting the regional specificity of the brain. And then important for neurodevelopmental outcomes in the long term, and is now actively looking at pontine growth from those early periods all the way out to 8 years, showing that these are not transient issues. Now, the issue of transient hypoxia or apneas is really critical, and one that we were asked every time we discussed this work. And regrettably, at the time of the study, we didn't have continuous data monitoring captured in a way that would allow us to address that. We're trying to rectify that now, and I think offers tremendous opportunity for future research, particularly as we combine artificial intelligence approaches to continuous physiologic monitoring in the NICU. Linking that to the brain would allow us to get at that important issue more directly.
Great. Thank you again, Stephen, for this excellent talk and for starting off our conference from Toronto. Really wonderful, and I think everyone must have learned a lot from what you had to say.
Fantastic to be here, hopefully in person next time.
Absolutely. Stephen, okay, so actually we'll move on to our next presentation then. So our next presenter is Dr. Mark Beltempo, and he's a colleague of mine in the Neonatal Intensive Care Unit here at the Montreal Children's Hospital, an assistant professor in the Department of Pediatrics at McGill University, a clinician scientist at the MUHC Research Institute, and the associate director of the Canadian Neonatal Network. His research focuses on evaluating how work organization affects outcomes of infants and identifying best care practices. Today, Mark will be discussing intraventricular hemorrhage in preterms, risk factors, and screening.
Je suis néonatologiste et chercheur à l'hôpital de Montréal pour enfants. Et aujourd'hui, on va parler de l'hémorragie intraventriculaire chez les prématurés, facteurs de risque et dépistage. Comme déclaration, mes travaux de recherche sont supportés par l'ensemble des organisations dont vous voyez ici. Par contre, aucune des organisations n'a contribué à la présentation actuelle. Les objectifs aujourd'hui sont surtout spécifiques aux hémorragies intraventriculaires et à la leucomalacie périventriculaire des prématurés. Donc, premièrement, on va revoir la pathophysiologie. Deuxièmement, identifier les facteurs de risque cliniques. Et troisièmement, identifier une stratégie de dépistage par échographie transspontanéenne. Donc, si on commence avec un rappel sur la structure du cerveau du prématuré. À l'image à votre gauche, ce que vous voyez en jaune, c'est la matrice germinale, ou ce que les gens appellent aussi la matrice germinale sous-épendymaire, qui est située à l'interne par le ventricule latéral et à la partie externe chevauchée par le noyau caudé. Ce qui est particulier avec la matrice germinale sous-épendymaire des prématurés, c'est que c'est une zone qui produit activement des nouvelles cellules. Particulièrement entre 22 et 32 semaines, c'est une zone qui est très riche et qui produit activement des cellules gliales, dont des oligodendrocytes, dont vous allez entendre parler pendant la conférence, qui est une cellule qui est très importante pour le support et le développement de la matière blanche. Deuxièmement, c'est une zone qui est très vascularisée et fragile à cause des vaisseaux qui ne sont pas encore bien établis dans cette section-là du cerveau. Ce qui nous amène à un cerveau qui est très à risque d'avoir des lésions cérébrales du prématuré ou ce qu'on appelle les lésions neurologiques. Donc, si on commence avec le schéma ici, en général, on sait que la prématurité, c'est un facteur de risque qui peut contribuer aux hémorragies pour les raisons qu'on vient de discuter, justement dans la zone sous-épendymaire où les vaisseaux n'ont pas encore un soutien vasculaire important, donc sont fragiles aux fluctuations de pression, particulièrement dans le contexte d'un cerveau qui a des mécanismes immatures de l'autorégulation de la pression cérébrale. Et à ça contribue aussi ce qu'on appelle les zones watershed périventriculaires, qui sont des zones qui sont très fragiles aux fluctuations et à l'hypoxémie et à l'ischémie. Donc, ces phénomènes-là peuvent, en fait, ischémiques et hypoxiques, provoquer la relâche de cytokines, le stress oxydatif et une excitotoxicité via le glutamate. Et ces trois phénomènes-là ensemble vont contribuer à de la leucomalacie périventriculaire. Donc, ce qu'on voit ici, c'est, en général, l'hémorragie, c'est un phénomène qui est plus vasculaire tôt, donc des fluctuations avec un segment, tandis que le phénomène leucomalacie et la périventriculaire va être plus en lien avec de l'hypoxie rapide et des changements plus chroniques du cerveau. Par contre, ces deux types de lésions-là peuvent augmenter le risque de neurodéveloppement chez les nouveau-nés. Ce qu'on sait, puis ce qu'on a vu dans le schéma récent, schéma d'avant, c'est globalement qu'on parle d'hémorragie ou de lésions périventriculaires. En général, les facteurs de risque sont assez similaires, qui sont les infections fœto-maternelles, la prématurité, les variations rapides dans la tension artérielle, l'utilisation de bolus de fluide, l'hypoxie, l'acidose, l'alcalose, l'anémie, les manipulations fréquentes, la succion trachéale qui inclut aussi les intubations endotrachéales et les tentatives d'intubation qui tous augmentent la pression intracrânienne. Si on fait un retour plus spécifique sur les hémorragies intraventriculaires, ce que je viens de dire dans deux diapos avant, c'est que c'est un phénomène qui est plus vasculaire en termes d'hémorragie. Donc, c'est en lien surtout avec des changements aigus. Et c'est pour ça qu'en général, 90% des hémorragies vont arriver dans les 3 premiers jours après la naissance. Et même 98-99% vont apparaître dans les 10 premiers jours après la naissance. Il y a deux systèmes de classification qui sont le papier et le Volpe, qui en général se ressemblent beaucoup et qui comportent 4 grades d'hémorragie intraventriculaire. Donc, si vous suivez les images à la gauche, donc dans l'image A, vous avez un grade 1, donc qui affecte uniquement la zone sous-épendymaire et avec peu ou pas d'extension à l'intérieur du ventricule. Tandis que dans l'image B, en noir, vous avez un segment qui est de grade 2, donc une hémorragie qui est intraventriculaire. Par contre, il n'y a pas de dilatation du ventricule. Tandis que quand on parle de l'hémorragie interventriculaire de grade 3, en général, c'est intraventriculaire avec une dilatation significative du ventricule. Et là, il y a des critères radiologiques pour parler de ça maintenant. Et dans le grade 4, donc l'image qui est en bas à droite, c'est une hémorragie qui est dans le parenchyme. Donc, dans l'image D, vous avez vraiment à l'extérieur du ventricule une hémorragie qui est intraparenchymateuse et qui semble accompagnée ici d'une hémorragie de grade 3, puisque vous voyez le ventricule qui est rempli de sang et dilaté. Quand on parle de leucomalacie périventriculaire ou de lésion de matière blanche, souvent, ça va être deux termes qui vont être interreliés, mais en général, on parle d'une extension d'un même phénomène. Et ça, c'est des changements qui sont plus tardifs. Oui, le phénomène qui cause ça va arriver dans la période, souvent dans les premiers jours, les premières semaines après l'accouchement. Par contre, les changements cérébraux ou les conséquences de ce changement-là, c'est de la cicatrisation. Donc, c'est seulement visible à l'échographie, en général, vers 2 à 6 semaines après l'insulte ou l'événement ischémique. Quand on parle de lésions de matière blanche, ça, c'est une forme de cicatrisation qui donne des lésions diffuses. Souvent, c'est difficile à voir à l'échographie, puis c'est mieux vu à la résonance magnétique. Donc, si vous regardez l'image en haut, vous avez le ventricule gauche, le ventricule droit, et vous avez deux petits points blancs qui sont exactement des lésions de la matière blanche. Tandis que quand on parle de leucomalacie périventriculaire, ça, c'est des lésions qui sont nécrotiques et focales avec des éléments percellulaires. Donc, essentiellement, la leucomalacie, c'est comme une lésion de la matière blanche, mais beaucoup plus sévère et qui se manifeste parce que vous voyez même à l'échographie ici, de façon relativement évidente, vous avez le ventricule droit, le ventricule gauche, et autour des ventricules, dans toute la région périventriculaire, vous voyez vraiment des zones kystiques qui ressemblent quasiment, entre guillemets, à des trous dans le cerveau. Mais encore une fois, ces deux phénomènes-là sont en général un degré de sévérité d'un même phénomène. Et c'est pour ça qu'ensemble, on va regrouper, puis en général, pour ce qui soit de la recherche ou pour les événements pronostiques ou pour l'évaluation diagnostique, on va parler de lésions neurologiques sévères du prématuré. Donc ça, c'est une nomenclature qui est simplifiée, qui regroupe les hémorragies intraventriculaires de grade 3 et grade 4 et ou de la leucomalacie périventriculaire et des lésions de la matière blanche. Donc, quand les gens vont dire qu'il y a une lésion neurologique sévère à l'imagerie, bien, soit qu'il y a un grade 3, un grade 4 de la leucomalacie ou des lésions de matière blanche ou l'ensemble de ces images-là. Pourquoi on parle d'une nomenclature unifiée? Bien, en général, c'est parce que des fois, c'est difficile de distinguer entre un grade 3 et un grade 4 ou même une extension périventriculaire d'un grade 4, par exemple. Donc, à ce moment-là, on va parler en général de facteurs de risque qui sont similaires, mais en même temps, il y a une notion de moments d'apparition qui sont un peu différents. Comme on a parlé au début, les hémorragies intraventriculaires, on les voit typiquement à l'échographie dans les 14 premiers jours, tandis que la leucomalacie va apparaître dans 2 à 6 semaines plus tard. Donc, c'est quoi les signes cliniques des lésions neurologiques? En général, il y a peu ou pas de symptômes à l'examen physique. Dans les hémorragies intraventriculaires plus sévères, on peut avoir de l'hypotonie de façon aiguë, des diminutions des mouvements spontanés, de l'instabilité hémodynamique, une diminution rapide de l'hémoglobine, des anomalies électrolytiques comme de l'acidose qui peut apparaître rapidement à cause de l'instabilité. Ce qu'il faut savoir aussi, c'est que les gens vont souvent parler d'une augmentation du périmètre crânien dans les hémorragies intraventriculaires. Oui, c'est corrélé avec des hémorragies de haut grade. Par contre, en général, l'augmentation du périmètre crânien, c'est un phénomène qui va être plus tardif dans les hémorragies intracrâniennes, à moins d'avoir une hémorragie de grade 3 qui est très, très, très sévère. Mais dans ceux qui vont avoir, par exemple, une hémorragie de grade 3 avec une dilatation après l'hémorragie, l'augmentation rapide de périmètre crânien va être un phénomène qui est plus tardif. Et ensuite de ça, on a la leucomalacie périventriculaire qui, elle, on peut avoir des anomalies à l'examen neurologique lorsqu'on fait un examen neurologique plus détaillé, par exemple, chez un bébé qui est rendu à 36 semaines corrigé, ou est-ce que là, si on a des anomalies de mouvement, une asymétrie, bien, on peut avoir un degré de suspicion plus élevé de ce type d'anomalie-là. Ce qui nous amène essentiellement à la question de pourquoi chercher les lésions neurologiques sévères à l'échographie transfontanéenne. Chez un nouveau-né qui a des symptômes, c'est une évaluation qui est diagnostique. Donc, si on a un patient à 3 jours, 25 semaines, 27 semaines qui est instable hémodynamiquement, diminution de l'hémoglobine, bien, on fait une évaluation pour savoir s'il y a eu un segment qui va expliquer les trouvailles cliniques qu'on a. Même chose si on a un nouveau-né qui est rendu à l'âge presque à terme à 36-37 semaines, ou est-ce qu'on fait une échographie parce qu'on a des anomalies à l'examen neurologique? Ce n'est pas la même raison. Ça, c'est une évaluation diagnostique. Quand on parle de dépistage, on parle d'un test qui est effectué chez un patient avant l'apparition de symptômes, afin soit d'améliorer le pronostic ou de détecter des changements qu'on peut prévenir ou changer la trajectoire de soins. Dans les lésions neurologiques sévères, en général, il n'y a pas beaucoup d'interventions qu'on peut faire autre que référer le patient dans une clinique de suivi spécialisée pour mieux monitorer le développement et faire des interventions précoces. Dans le cas des moins de 29 semaines, c'est tous des nouveau-nés qui sont d'emblée référés dans des cliniques avec ergo-physio, orthophonistes de toute façon. Donc, ça ne change pas beaucoup la prise en charge à long terme de ces patients-là. Chez les 29-31 semaines, ça change parce que si on détecte des lésions neurologiques sévères, ça devient un critère de référence précoce aux cliniques avec ergo-physio, orthophonie pour les cliniques de suivi néonatal. Dans les cas des hémorragies de grade 1-2, en général, on sait que 92% se résorbent seuls, puis il y a encore un certain degré d'incertitude sur la valeur pronostique des hémorragies de grade 1-2. Tandis que si on voit une hémorragie intraventriculaire de grade 3, ça peut changer le suivi à court terme parce qu'il y a une petite portion des patients qui ont un grade 3 sévère qui vont avoir une dilatation des ventricules qui va nécessiter une intervention neurochirurgicale, qui, elle, a un rôle important à jouer pour l'amélioration du pronostic. Et dans les hémorragies de grade 4 et la leucomalacie périventriculaire, en général, ça ne change pas beaucoup la prise en charge à court terme. Est-ce que ça l'aide à guider la famille parce que c'est un outil pronostic utile, entre guillemets? Ça reste encore une question qui est relativement débattue. Ce qui nous amène un petit peu justement à la valeur pronostique des échographies transfrontalières chez les prématurés, dont d'autres de mes collègues vont parler dans le courant de la fin de semaine. Mais ici, je vous présente les résultats d'une étude américaine où est-ce qu'ils ont regardé les hémorragies de grade 3 et de grade 4 et le développement des bébés qui sont nés à moins de 1000 grammes. Ce que vous avez dans la première colonne ici, c'est le développement neurologique des enfants sans hémorragie intraventriculaire, donc même pas un grade 1, 2, 3 ou 4, et qui n'ont jamais eu de shunt chirurgicale. Tandis qu'ensuite de ça, vous avez les enfants avec un hémorragie de grade 3 sans shunt et un hémorragie de grade 3 avec shunt. Ensuite, dans la troisième colonne, vous avez les hémorragies de grade 4 sans shunt. Donc, si vous regardez puis vous compilez les chiffres, le NDI correspond à troubles neurodéveloppementaux importants à 18 mois. Ce qu'on voit, c'est qu'il y a quand même 35% des nouveau-nés sans hémorragie qui ont des déficits neurodéveloppementaux importants. Et parmi ceux qui ont des grades 3, 4, il y a quand même 35% de ces nouveau-nés-là qui n'ont aucun déficit développemental important. Donc, si on regardait la sensibilité de cet examen-là pour prédire un déficit neurodéveloppemental important, c'est de 26%. Donc, en termes d'outils de dépistage, ce n'est pas nécessairement un outil qui rajoute une information très importante dans des patients qui ont déjà des facteurs de risque importants. Et quand on parle de l'échographie transspontanée, il y a d'autres considérations aussi qu'il faut avoir. C'est que de un, il y a une certaine variabilité dans l'interprétation des rapports. En général, les grades 3, 4, il y a peu de variabilité entre les personnes qui les lisent. Donc, c'est généralement une bonne validité pour dire ça, c'est un grade 3, ça, c'est un grade 4. Tandis que pour les grades 1 et 2, il y a quand même une certaine variabilité dans l'interprétation des rapports. Donc, il y a une certaine incertitude sur la validité de cette information-là. Donc, la deuxième chose, c'est que aussi, c'est pas toujours accessible dans tous les hôpitaux, surtout si on pense à certaines unités néonatales 1B ou certaines unités 2A et 2B. Et ensuite de ça, il y a la question d'utilisation pertinente des ressources. Donc, toute la campagne de Choosing Wisely ou même la campagne de la pertinence des soins médicaux. Qu'est-ce qui serait une utilisation plus optimale? Ce qui nous amène à la question, alors, qui et quand dépister? La première chose qu'il faut considérer quand on parle du dépistage, il faut réaliser que l'incidence varie selon l'âge gestationnel. Ici, ce que vous avez, c'est les données du rapport du réseau néonatal canadien. Donc, tous les nouveau-nés prématurés au Canada font partie. Donc, sur l'axe des X, vous avez les groupes d'âge gestationnel et le type de segment et l'incidence qui varie selon l'âge. Donc, la première série ici, c'est les hémorragies de grade 1, qui sont presque 50% chez les moins de 25 semaines et moins de 15% chez les 31-32 semaines. Ce qui nous intéresse surtout, c'est les lésions intraparenchymateuses et la leucomalacie, où est-ce qu'encore une fois, chez les moins de 25 semaines, c'est presque 20% des nouveau-nés pour les lésions intraparenchymateuses, mais qui diminue à moins de 2% chez les 31-32 semaines. Et de là viennent une certaine variation dans les recommandations actuelles. Ici, vous avez les recommandations de 2020 de la Société canadienne de pédiatrie versus les recommandations de 2020 de la Société américaine de pédiatrie. La Société canadienne de pédiatrie recommande de dépister tous les moins de 32 semaines et les plus de 31 semaines et 6 avec facteur de risque. Eux recommandent une échographie à 7 à 14 jours, puis une à 4 à 6 semaines, et dans le cas des moins de 26 semaines, de répéter une échographie à 36 semaines corrigée. Pendant ce temps-là, les Américains recommandent de dépister tous les nouveau-nés de 30 semaines et moins, et les nouveau-nés de plus de 30 semaines avec facteur de risque. Et eux recommandent une à 7 à 10 jours, une à 4 à 6 semaines et une à 36 semaines corrigées ou au congé si cela arrive plus tôt. Donc, globalement, ce qui est constant au moins entre les deux recommandations, c'est que tout le monde s'entend sur le besoin de dépister les moins de 30 semaines dû à l'incidence plus élevée. Mais pour les 30 semaines plus, il y a un peu plus de variabilité ou de discussion à avoir. Et ça, la raison, elle vient un petit peu d'ici. Si vous regardez l'incidence des lésions neurologiques sévères qui est souvent surestimée, la raison, c'est qu'en pratique, ce n'est pas tous les 30 semaines qui vont avoir une échographie de la tête. Donc, si vous regardez ici sur la première colonne à 30 semaines, c'est les données canadiennes de 2015 à 2018, où est-ce que 2870 nouveau-nés ont eu de l'imagerie cérébrale. Mais quand on regarde le dénominateur réel, c'est juste 85% des patients qui ont eu de l'imagerie cérébrale. Donc, il y a 15% des patients qui n'ont jamais eu d'échographie. Donc, si on les incluait, probablement que le taux de lésion neurologique sévère, c'est en bas de 3,5%. Puis quand on regarde les 31 semaines, c'est juste 76% des patients qui ont de l'imagerie cérébrale. Puis chez les 32 semaines, c'est 52% des patients qui ont de l'imagerie cérébrale. Donc, quand on dit qu'il y a environ 2,8% des 32 semaines qui ont une hémorragie intracrânienne sévère, bien, en fait, c'est probablement faux. C'est probablement plus autour de 1,5 à 1,4%. Ce qui nous amène à la question, puis un des projets qu'on a publié l'année dernière, où est-ce qu'on a regardé 9221 nouveau-nés de 30 à 32 semaines, où est-ce qu'on a fait de la modélisation par facteur de risque. Ce qu'on a trouvé, c'est qu'il y avait 4 facteurs de risque principaux qui ressortaient, soit la grossesse simple, un Apgar à 5 minutes en bas de 7, l'intubation avec la ventilation mécanique dans le premier 24 heures ou l'utilisation de vasopresseur dans le premier 24 heures. À partir de ces 4 groupes-là, ce qu'on a développé, c'est une stratification du risque. Donc, des nouveau-nés à plus bas risque, qui étaient des nouveau-nés de grossesse multiple, dans la première catégorie en haut, et qui n'avaient aucun facteur de risque majeur, donc un Apgar en haut de 7, pas d'intubation, pas de vasopresseur. Et là, le risque de lésion neurologique sévère était même en bas de 1,2 %. Si on avait une grossesse simple, donc un seul bébé, avec aucun facteur de risque, le risque était restant quand même en bas de 2 %, donc autour de 1,8 %. Par contre, quand on avait des nouveau-nés avec au moins un facteur de risque majeur, c'était autour de 5,6 % de risque de lésion neurologique sévère. Ce qui nous amène à la question, quand effectuer des échographies? Si vous avez, par exemple, un patient qui est transféré chez vous, qui était né à 30 semaines, qui n'avait pas de facteur de risque majeur et qui avait une échographie transfrontalière normale à 14 jours et maintenant qui débarque dans votre unité, est-ce que vous devez vraiment la répéter à 4 à 6 semaines? Ça, c'est une question qu'une de mes étudiantes a regardée cette année en regardant une cohorte de 151 prématurés de 22 à 31 semaines, où est-ce qu'elle a révisé toutes les imageries et les moments des diagnostics des segments. La première chose qu'on a trouvée, c'était que chez les 22 à 31 semaines, la majorité des lésions neurologiques sévères vont apparaître dans les premiers 28 jours. Donc, en général, si après 28 jours, il n'y a pas d'anomalie, c'est rare que quelque chose de nouveau va apparaître. Puis ici, ce que vous voyez, c'est l'âge dans la première colonne, le nombre de nouveau-nés qui avaient de l'imagerie, l'hémorragie tout grade, le moment du diagnostic, et les lésions neurologiques sévères, parmi ces 82 patients-là, combien qu'on avait vu les anomalies et à quel moment. Donc, ce que vous voyez, c'est que dans 97 % des cas, on les voyait avant 28 jours. Ce qu'elle a fait, c'est qu'on a regardé 61 modèles guides de dépistage et d'algorithmes de moments d'échographie pour essayer d'identifier c'est quoi la séquence la plus optimale. Ce qu'on a trouvé au final, c'est le modèle le plus performant avec le meilleur R sur la courbe qui était de 0,99, donc quasiment un modèle en limite parfait avec une sensibilité de 98 % puis une valeur prédictive négative de 99 %. Si on fait pour les moins de 29 semaines avec au moins un facteur de risque majeur, donc ici, on utilisait uniquement l'intubation dans le premier 24 heures et l'utilisation de vasopresseur dans le premier 24 heures, il y avait en général une échographie à jour 3 à 5 précoce, surtout pour les moins de 26 semaines qui étaient à plus haut risque d'avoir des segments précoces, mais après ça, 8 à 14 jours et une échographie à 4 à 6 semaines. Et ensuite de ça, dans la deuxième groupe de patients, soit un moins de 29 semaines sans facteur de risque majeur ou un 29 à 31 semaines avec au moins un facteur de risque majeur. Là, on se retrouve avec la séquence de 2 échographies, une à 8 à 14 jours et l'autre à 4 à 6 semaines. Tandis que pour les patients à plus bas risque, soit les 29-31 semaines sans facteur de risque majeur, une seule échographie au moment du transfert ou vers 4 à 6 semaines était suffisante. Ce qui nous amène un petit peu à ce qu'on fait à l'hôpital de Montréal pour enfants. Il y a eu quelques modifications qui ont été faites à partir de nos trouvailles de la littérature, essentiellement pour s'enligner avec la réalité clinique. Ce que vous voyez, c'est que pour les moins de 29 semaines, avec au moins un facteur de risque majeur, on a maintenu les mêmes 3 échographies avec les 3 moments. La différence, c'est que ce qu'on essaie de faire, nous, chez nous, c'est de le faire le plus tard possible. Donc, soit 4 à 6 semaines ou au moment du congé ou du transfert ou 36 semaines. Donc, le moment qui arrive le plus tard. C'est juste que dans la réalité clinique qu'on vit, un bon pourcentage des moins de 29 semaines vont être transférés vers une unité de 2B vers 34 semaines. Donc, on fait l'échographie avant le congé et c'est suffisant. Même chose pour les moins de 29 semaines. Donc, on a choisi soit 36 semaines au moment du congé, celui qui arrive le premier. Puis nous, dans les facteurs de risque majeurs, il faut juste rajouter qu'on a spécifié ça un petit peu. La raison, c'est qu'on a rajouté l'intubation avec une FiO2 en haut de 50 % pour vraiment parler d'instabilité. On a rajouté l'utilisation de bolus dans les critères parce que dans la littérature, il y a tellement peu de patients qui en reçoivent, mais on sait que c'est un facteur de risque que statistiquement, ça n'apparaît pas beaucoup, mais il fallait le rajouter. Même chose pour les sepsis et les bactériémies nosocomiales qui sont un événement qui est quand même, ou les sepsis précoces qui sont quand même rares en incidence, mais je pense qu'ils valent quand même la peine de garder en tête parce que ça produit beaucoup d'inflammation. Et on a rajouté aussi la défaillance d'un organe dans les 7 premiers jours après la naissance. Avec ce type de protocole-là, quand on l'a comparé à la Société canadienne de pédiatrie, en fait, ce qu'on réalise, c'est qu'on se retrouve avec une diminution de... En fait, on a calculé le nombre d'échographies moyen par patient dans notre centre en fonction de chacun des algorithmes. Puis en fait, si on avait suivi la Société canadienne de pédiatrie, on ferait 2300 échographies par période de 3 ans comparé à 1400 en ce moment. Donc, c'est une diminution de presque de 40 % d'échographie. Donc, en résumé, l'échographie transfrontalière a une validité qui est quand même limitée comme outil pronostic pour le long terme, mais qui peut quand même aider à orienter le suivi, particulièrement des 29-31 semaines. Deuxièmement, un algorithme de dépistage selon les facteurs de risque est possible. Il faut garder en tête que chez les moins de 30 semaines, c'est probablement tous les patients qui devraient être dépistés. Chez les 30 semaines et plus, probablement qu'on pourrait utiliser des facteurs de risque. Puis nous, on propose quand même aux children, ce qu'on fait actuellement, c'est on dépiste tous les moins de 32 semaines quand même, mais avec un algorithme de moment de dépistage un peu plus allégé comparé à ce qui est recommandé par d'autres organisations. Puis aussi, ce qui est le plus important, c'est que le cerveau des prématurés est très fragile. Puis c'est surtout le suivi en clinique externe qui est la seule façon de bien évaluer le développement. Donc, même si vous avez un 29-32 semaines qui avait un facteur de risque avec une imagerie cérébrale normale, probablement que ça vaudrait la peine de l'avoir dans une clinique de pédiatrie puis de faire une évaluation développementale à 18 mois un peu plus détaillée que de le référer pour un suivi de nouveau-né en guillemets normal, puisqu'il y a quand même ce patient qui a eu un parcours qui n'était pas entièrement normal. Je vous remercie beaucoup pour votre attention. Si vous avez des questions, mon adresse courriel elle est ci-jointe, donc vous pouvez soit poser vos questions maintenant ou me les envoyer par courriel. Merci beaucoup et bonne journée.
Thanks so much, Mark, for a great presentation. And just a reminder to all the attendees that you can post your questions in the chat, and we'll take all the questions at the end of this session after Dr. Carey and after Dr. Brossard-Racine. It gives me a great pleasure again to introduce our next speaker, Dr. May Carey. May is a colleague of mine in the neonatal follow-up program here at the Montreal Children's Hospital and an assistant professor in the Department of Pediatrics at McGill University. Her research focuses on implementation of evidence-based practices to improve long-term development in extremely preterm infants, as well as those with hypoxic ischemic brain injury. This afternoon, May will be discussing early language development in preterm infants, promoting early literacy in an at-risk population.
Hello. Today I'll be talking about early language development in preterm infants, promoting early literacy in an at-risk population. I want to acknowledge the research support we've received from the Canadian Neonatal Follow-Up Network to promote early language development in preterm infants in our hospital, as well as the MUHC Patient Education Committee, who have provided funding for our printed materials on early language development that we give to the families of our extremely preterm infants. The learning objectives for this presentation are, first, that participants will be able to identify risk factors for early language, for developmental difficulties in preterm infants. Second, that participants will be able to recognize the key role parents play to promote early language development in their preemies. And then finally, that they'll be able to identify strategies that they can implement with their encounters with parents of preterm infants to support early language development. The presentation is divided into two sections. The first part is why promote early language development, and particularly why so in preterm infants. And then the second part of the presentation is really the how. How can clinicians incorporate this into their busy practice? So why promote early language development for preterm infants? The American Academy of Pediatrics states that the promotion of early language development and literacy is an essential part of general pediatric care for all children. Key messages in their policy statement from 2014 include the importance of parents reading aloud with their children to stimulate optimum patterns of brain development and strengthen parent-child relationships at a critical time in child development. The statement highlights that when pediatricians recommend reading aloud to parents, they are more likely to do this with their children. They also stress that early literacy promotion should be part of primary pediatric care from birth until at least kindergarten entry. Then very recently, in January of this year, the Canadian Pediatric Society published their policy statement on early literacy, entitled Read, Speak, Sing, Promoting Early Literacy in the Healthcare Setting. It highlights that promoting literacy is not just about school success or fluency in a particular language. Literacy more strongly correlates with lifelong health trajectories than either occupation or income. So promoting literacy is promoting health. Talking to parents about the benefits of reading, speaking, and singing with children is something that healthcare providers can do in almost any context. At prenatal visits, well child visits, even during hospitalization, or in any clinic. It doesn't have to be the main topic for the visit. Any intervention can be brief but meaningful. But why is this important, particularly for preterm infants? Prematurity impacts language development significantly. More than 1 in 3 children born in Canada less than 29 weeks have language difficulties when assessed at 18 months corrected. And we know that preterm infants with early language difficulties are at risk of having these difficulties persist into the school years. Why this is the case is an interplay of a variety of factors, and we'll go into detail over the next 4 slides. But we're going to look at what are the infant risk factors, the risk factors associated with the prematurity itself. What are the parental factors associated with having had a preterm infant, and then really looking at the interactional pattern between the preemie and their parent. So, brain development is a topic that has been well covered by fellow presenters today, so I'm not going to spend too much time on this. But what is clear is that even in healthy preterm infants with no clear brain injuries in the neonatal period, differences in brain structure and organization can be found which impact language. In addition, the environment that the preterm infant is exposed to in the NICU is extremely different than the environment in the womb, which can shape the developmental trajectories. Even the tiniest preemie who is born and in the NICU has all the necessary structures in place as early as 23 to 25 weeks of gestation. So even the tiniest preemie is listening. Fine-tuning of the cochlear hair cells then occurs somewhere between 26 and 30 weeks. And the development of the auditory cortex is affected by the acoustic environment that the fetus is exposed to, or the preemie is exposed to. In the NICU, compared to the womb, the sounds are too loud, like the high-frequency noises from alarms and the supportive equipment, or inversely can be too quiet, lacking infant-directed interactive communication, or just the wrong type. So we've looked briefly at some of the factors that affect the preterm infant, putting them at risk of language difficulties. And now we're going to look a little bit at what are the parental factors that can influence language development with the preemies. So as we all know, the NICU experience is very traumatic and difficult for parents of preterm infants. 1 in 3 mothers and fathers of infants born very preterm have symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder at baby's term-corrected age. 1 in 5 will continue to have report symptoms at 24 months corrected age. 40 to 50% of mothers and fathers have depression and anxiety symptoms within the clinical range in the first weeks after the preterm baby's birth. These symptoms can persist 6 months post-term at a rate more higher than for full-term infants. And the presence of depressive symptoms, anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder symptoms in the first year is associated with lower cognitive and language scores in preterm toddlers. So any strategies that are aimed at providing support for parent mental health are extremely important ways that we can promote preemie development. We've looked at the preemie factors that puts them at higher risk of language difficulties, and also the parent mental health factors. But also how the two interact, the parent-preemie dyad is an additional factor that places these parents at risk. These preemies at risk. In infants, when infants are born preterm compared to term-born infants, looking at them at 6 months corrected age, there's less likely to be the ideal interactive parent where we have a cooperative infant and a sensitive caregiver. And we're more likely to have the pattern of controlling or unresponsive caregiver, and a preemie that's more difficult or passive. When parents have mental health symptoms, the ideal pattern is even less frequent, and having the less ideal pattern is associated with more behavioral symptoms like sleeping and eating, and has associated with lower language measures when assessed at 18 months corrected. However, the good news is that if the ideal interactional pattern is present, language outcomes are similar to term-born peers. So implementation of evidence-based strategies which target the parent-preemie interaction have been the focus of many early language programs across NICUs in Canada, including ours. So families really have this key role to play in early language development. The literature supports that parent-directed interventions to promote cognitive and language development are effective for preterm infants. A recent study of preterm infants born less than 30 weeks found that socio-environmental factors have a greater long-term impact on language development than some of the biological variables that we look at in the NICU when preterm babies are born less than 30 weeks. Certainly, there's work to do to prevent these neonatal morbidities, which can impact negatively the language outcomes, such as being born small for gestational age, or having bronchopulmonary dysplasia, or having brain injury. However, particularly in the outpatient setting, we have an important role to play in supporting these factors, which are potentially modifiable and can positively impact the child's development, such as promoting parent sensitivity, parent facilitation, parent synchrony. These are all potentially modifiable with appropriate guidance and support for families. So how to promote early language development for preterm infants? Well, many resources are readily available to equip clinicians and parents with information on early literacy. And the list I've included here is not even close to being exhaustive. I strongly recommend all the resources from the Canadian Pediatric Society, particularly if you have an hour, the Early Literacy Promotion, the ABCs for Busy Clinicians, which is from their virtual education series, which I think is absolutely wonderful. The position statements that I've talked about, which are really great sources of information. Caring for Kids has a lot of videos, which are great. The Canadian Children's Literacy Foundation, many resources. And another must look at would be the how-to 5 steps for brain building serve and return from Harvard University, which is a really wonderful video and accompanying PDF of really working on that interaction. And we'll talk about that in a little bit. Also the Hannon Center, it's also wonderful resources. Many, many resources available. At the Children's, many of these resources were geared more towards the general population. So we've developed our resources specifically targeting families of preterm infants. We've developed a pamphlet that is available in English called My Language Passport, an early language guide for parents and preemies, and a French version called Mon Passeport de Langage, un guide de développement du langage précoce pour parents et les prématurés. And this is available and can be downloaded from our hospital website. If you look on the neonatology website on early language development. And then we also developed an animated video. In English, it's called Talk to Me, an early language guide for parents and preemies. In French, We also have it completely in French, Parle-moi, un guide de développement du langage précoce pour les parents et les prématurés. And we were fortunate enough to be able to have it subtitled. So it's the English version subtitled in 8 additional languages. What this looks like. So this is our pamphlet. It's a 1-page document, double-sided, that can be folded over. And really, we've divided into the fragile, less than 32 weeker, and then a little bit when the baby's closer to term, and a little bit post-term, before maybe they might be followed more closely in a follow-up program, or for those who qualify to be followed in follow-up programs. It gives really basically some tips on what parents can do to interact with their babies at these ages, with a little bit of how to know when the baby is ready. So we know that we can't just go and interact with a preemie at any time because they're fragile from a medical standpoint, and not every time is a good time to be interacting. Sorry, jumped ahead. Then, unfortunately, time doesn't permit me to show the video. However, I did want to share some screenshots to give you a bit of an idea of what this looks like. It's a video narrated from the viewpoint of an ex-preemie, Jessie, and it's really the coming from the hard work of a multidisciplinary team, but also brought to life by 2 amazing medical students, Sabrina Chami, who hand drew all these beautiful illustrations, and Laurel Wallfish, both of whom did a fantastic job in this video. And it's narrated by an ex-preemie, and the voices are done in French by Mariana, and in English, Lindsay and Jenny, twins, who are all NICU graduates. And really, the content has been put together by an interdisciplinary team, including speech-language pathologists, music therapists, nurses, nurse practitioners, physicians, psychologists, and we were fortunate to have really a lot of input from parents of preterm infants themselves. So how can clinicians do language promotion in the everyday setting? So one way would be, and I've adapted this from the Harvard University 5 Steps for Brain Building Serve and Return. I call it the modeling the serve and return. So in the video on serve and return, it really talks about the different steps to that interactive process. What I like to do in clinic, and honestly, I would say this is probably my favorite part of any assessment I do in clinic. It's just so much fun. You really are modeling for parents what behaviors or what interactions you're hoping to have with the child. So it's really a sense of just noticing the serve, basically a cue from the child, sharing the child's focus of attention, like, oh, you like this rattle? And then returning the serve by adding supportive comments and encouraging smiles, like look how attentive you are to this, and then giving it a name. Yes, oh, this rattle is so colorful. And then finally, really commenting explicitly with the parents on the interaction that just occurred, so that they can see that this is actually an important, meaningful tip on how they can do this with with their child at home. And it's been shown that when parents and see caregivers doing this and see how positively their child is interacting with the caregiver, it makes it more likely that they're going to repeat this with their babies at home. Another thing that you can do, if you aren't getting the opportunity to be interacting with the baby yourself, is really reinforcing the serve and return. So it's basically noticing when a serve and return interaction is occurring with a baby and child, a baby and his or her parent, and then commenting explicitly on the interaction that just occurred, and really highlighting to the parents the strengths the baby just demonstrated, and how the parents were able to respond to the cue. Parents may not be aware of how much their preemie is communicating with the gaze or the body language. So, when to be worried? What are the red flags? Well, typically developing preemies should have their language development progress in a manner similar to term-born infants once you correct for their prematurity. So by 3-4 months corrected age, they should be smiling and vocalizing interactively. If this is not present by 6 months, that would be a significant red flag, necessitating further evaluation. By 9 months, they should recognize their name and they should be using babbling with consonants like mama, mama, ga, ga, ga. And then by 12 months, we would typically expect their first word. But in addition to the word, they should be able to point and indicate what they want and use gestures like bye-bye or raising their arms to be picked up. And at this age, even though they might only have one word, typically developing babies can understand at least 70, 80 words that are commonly used in around their environment. So in prematurity, the index of suspicion for language difficulty should be high, particularly in very preterm infants. So the wait and see approach would definitely not be recommended. So to conclude, language difficulties are common in extremely preterm infants, related to a combination of both biological and environmental factors. The literature supports the important role parents have in promoting their baby's early language development. And because literacy is strongly correlated with long-term health outcomes, it's vital for clinicians to address the potentially modifiable risk factors with families and to empower them with information and tools. Any encounter with preemies and their families can be an opportunity to share a meaningful tip about language precursors or model a reciprocal interaction, or, if observed, reinforce an encounter. And finally, I want to acknowledge my amazing team who has been working very hard to promote early language development in our tiny preemies in our NICU. Thank you.
Thanks you very much, May, for another great presentation. Our final presenter for this first session at the beginning of our afternoon is Dr. Marie Brossard-Racine. Marie is an assistant professor at McGill University's School of Physical and Occupational Therapy, an associate member of the Division of Neonatology at the Montreal Children's Hospital, and a scientist at the MUHC Research Institute, and finally a Canada Research Chair in Brain and Child Development. Her research aims to understand the underlying mechanisms of function and dysfunction in children with neurodevelopmental disorders using advanced quantitative imaging and clinically relevant evaluations. Marie will be discussing outcomes of preterm neonates with cerebellar injury.
Hey everyone, my name is Marie Brossard-Racine, and today I will present on outcome of cerebellar injury in the preterm infant. I have nothing to disclose. The learning objective of this presentation is that at the end of this presentation, participants will be able to identify the different pattern of prematurity-related cerebellar underdevelopment, to understand the developmental consequence of prematurity-related cerebellar injury, recognize the most important neuroimaging features associated with adverse outcome. The cerebellum undergoes its most rapid period of development during the 3rd trimester of pregnancy, and this period of intense growth is unparalleled by any other brain structure and makes it particularly vulnerable to potential insult, including exposures to extrauterine environment. Cerebellar injury, cerebellar hemorrhagic injury, is a frequent complication of prematurity, and the rate of this injury has been reported to range between 19 and 37% in contemporary cohorts. Its recognition has improved dramatically with the adoption of the mastoid view on routine cranial bedside ultrasound, and the increased use of magnetic resonance imaging has enhanced our ability to detect smaller cerebellar injury more reliably in the preterm infant. Cerebellar injury can be isolated, which means that the lesion is localized to the cerebellum and is in absence of other injury elsewhere in the brain. However, cerebellar injury often appears conjointly with cerebral injury, which complicates the interpretation of the unique contribution of cerebellar injury to developmental outcomes. Nevertheless, cerebellar injury is a known risk factor for impaired neurodevelopment in premature children. During this talk, I will summarize the present state of the evidence regarding outcome of prematurity related to cerebellar injury, reflecting on the neuroimaging characteristics that are associated with outcomes in hope to provide further guidance for prognostic counseling. Not surprisingly, the size of the cerebellar lesion is a determinant of outcome. However, even now, with cumulative evidence reporting a vast range of outcomes and of injury size, our understanding of the extent to which the size of the injury mediate outcome remains somewhat basic, as most studies simply made a broad distinction between large and small lesions. Injury measuring less than 4 millimeters, such as the one I'm presenting on this corneal T2 weighted MRI images, obtained in a preterm born infant image at 34 weeks, are labeled as punctate injury. These are more precisely detected on brain MRI when performed soon after birth and closer to the time of injury, as these can resolve and be undetected by the time of a term equivalent MRI or post-term MRI. In contrast, cerebellar injury that are greater than 4 millimeters in size are all considered large, and these large injuries are typically associated with significant cerebellar tissue loss and can be detected on routine cranial ultrasound. But simply looking at these two examples, I'm sure you can already appreciate the range of injury size that fit into this broad category of large lesion. And here I'm presenting on the left image an injury that is unilateral and localized to one cerebellar hemisphere, while the image on the right is showing multiple cerebellar hemorrhage affecting both hemisphere and the face. The report of the most adverse outcome of cerebellar injury comes from retrospective chart review studies involving most of the time routine cranial ultrasound, and which typically report very large lesion in a small subset of preterm infant. The prevalence of adverse outcome in these ultrasound reports is high and include infant mortality rates that were up to 50%, as well as severe motor and cognitive delay in a majority of survivors. However, it is important to mention that these reports did not isolate for the contribution of supratentorial injury and should therefore be interpreted with caution. Subsequent prospective studies that have used comprehensive evaluation of developmental outcomes report significant delays as defined by 2 standard deviation or more below the mean in gross and fine motor skills, with visual perceptual skills, as well as with language ability. And children with large cerebellar injury were found to present with decreased social-emotional competencies, high prevalence of internalizing behavioral problem, as well as early sign of autistic features. On the other end of the spectrum of the size of injury are the small punctate cerebellar injury, which is typically associated with better overall prognosis. Indeed, punctate injury detected on near-term MRI was not associated with poor outcome on the Bailey scale when performed at 2 years of age. Using a meta-analysis approach based on 8 reports, a study estimated that only 7% of the preterm-born infant with isolated punctate cerebellar injury presented with severe motor impairment, and of these, only 13% presented with severe cognitive impairment. giving the variability in size and severity of cerebellar injury presentation, as well as the variability of outcome in these children. A recent study proposed a revised grading system. This study compared outcome in 216 preterm infants with cerebellar injury, as classified as either punctate, so smaller than 4 millimeters, limited, greater than 4 millimeters, but smaller than when the injury was affecting a third of the cerebellar hemisphere, or massive, which referred to the injuries that were greater than a third of the cerebellar hemisphere. And what they found is that infants with massive lesion had the highest rate of abnormal motor, cognitive, and behavioral outcome at 2 years of age. But most interestingly, this study found that outcomes of infants with limited injury did not differ significantly from the infant with punctate injury. Similarly, a recent study done by two of my co-speakers at this conference, Dr. Garfinkel and Dr. Miller, shown that greater injury volume, as determined by sophisticated quantitative MRI measurement, is associated with poor motor and visual motor outcome, as well as more problematic internalizing behavioral at 4 years old. The finding from these two studies reinforce the premise that there is a range of outcome possible in children with cerebellar injury, and that the dichotomous system, and the dichotomous injury classification system simply distinguishing between punctate, very small, and large injury is likely not sensitive enough to accurately anticipate outcome in all children with cerebellar injury. Although the functional topography of the cerebellum is well established in adults and is increasingly recognized in different pediatric populations, the structure-function relationship in the context of prematurity-related cerebellar injury has not been well established to this day. Indeed, most studies have attempted to explore the complex relationship between cerebellar injury, topography, and outcome have typically used a broad classification of the injury location, such as unilateral versus bilateral hemispheric lesion, or with and without vermis involvement. Nevertheless, evidence is accumulating in reporting some type of functional specificity in the case of lesion occurring in the vermis. Indeed, children with vermis involvement are more likely to present with poor outcome in at least one developmental domain, such as motor, language, behavior, or cognition. These were seen in about 90% of children with vermal lesion, as opposed to only 17 to 40% of children with injury limited to one or two hemispheres. Vermal injuries have been uniquely associated with socialization difficulty and positive autism strain. As for the punctate cerebellar injury, no difference in outcome was found between children with and without vermis involvement. Cerebral injury is a common complication of prematurity and is often seen conjointly with a cerebellar injury. Considering that the cerebellum and the cerebrum are interconnected through many feedback and feed-forward relays that are involved in numerous motor and non-motor tasks, that the co-occurrence of these injuries complicates our ability to understand and disentangle the unique contribution of cerebellar injury to the observed functional deficit. In fact, many of the studies to date that have evaluated outcome of cerebellar injury did not consider the potential confounding effect of supratentorial injury. However, a subset of studies who did, by evaluating outcome of premature born children with isolated cerebellar injury or controlling specifically for the contribution of supratentorial injury, converge in reporting specific relationship between cerebellar injury and problematic behavior. Even in the absence of a confirmed neonatal cerebellar injury, smaller cerebellar volume have been reported in many follow-up studies of preterm-born infant, children, and adolescents when compared to term-born peers. Overall, Outcome of survivors of prematurity with cerebellar underdevelopment seems less dramatic than those with direct cerebellar injury. Accumulating evidence from prospective studies suggests that the existence of specific relationships between measurements of global cerebellar volume performed on thermoequivalent MRI and later outcome when evaluated later during childhood. However, in infant, the relationship are inconsistent. As some studies have detected positive association between term equivalent cerebellar volume and outcome between 0 and 2 years of age, while others have reported an absence of significant association between cerebellar volume with early cognitive and motor abilities. In school-age children, significant positive associations have been reported between volume at term equivalent and fine motor skills, balance, as well as cognitive ability, receptive language, and executive function. Complementary evidence from cross-sectional studies and survivors of preterm birth in which both cerebellar volume and outcomes are evaluated during childhood and adolescence further support the presence of an enduring relationship between global cerebellar volume and higher order cognitive functions such as attention, memory, and executive function. However, in these cross-sectional studies, it is unclear if smaller cerebellar volume could have been related to an early life cerebellar injury that have been missed due to the absence of early life imaging. As presented, the available literature on the outcomes associated with prematurity-related cerebellar injury has predominantly used anatomical imaging to explore association with outcomes. However, there is an emerging literature based on other quantitative imaging modality, which together are suggesting that the cerebellar alteration in the context of prematurity goes beyond the gross anatomical finding previously described. We and others using MR spectroscopy and deficient tensor imaging have reported atypical metabolite profiles and altered microstructure in the cerebellum of preterm-born infant without cerebellar injury. Longitudinal follow-up of these cohorts will allow us to elucidate the functional impact of these early life findings. But overall, our results suggest that even in absence of a known cerebellar injury, cerebellar growth is alterated by premature exposure to the external environment, which may have long-term functional consequences. Another important factor to consider by future study is the timing at which the imaging is performed to detect and characterize cerebellar injury. The recent study conducted by my co-panelists reported that outcome at 4 years of age are associated with cerebellar injury size when evaluated on the preterm MRI, but not on the term equivalent MRI. And this suggests the presence of a dose-dependent relationship between the injury and outcome, and stress the importance of integrating early imaging in longitudinal prospective follow-up studies. So if there was one message that I wish this presentation will leave you with, is that there is actually a range of outcomes that can be anticipated in the context of prematurity-related cerebellar injury. It is nor sufficient or accurate to focus on the anticipation of poor motor outcome in preterm children with cerebellar injury. In fact, the most frequent outcomes to be reported as impaired relate to higher order cognitive function, language, perceptual ability, and more strikingly, to behavioral problems. It is therefore of utmost importance that clinical follow-up of preterm survivor with cerebellar injury include formal surveillance and evaluation for behavior and higher order cognitive deficit during the preschool and school age years, age at which these complex functions are expected to emerge. Although there is a need for more studies so we can more precisely inform on the outcome to be anticipated in the outcome of cerebellar injury, current evidence support that some sort of developmental impairment can be anticipated in presence of large injury that are affected more than a third of the cerebellar hemisphere. Similarly, injury with tissue loss affecting the vermis seem also indicative of future developmental deficit. And in conclusion, I simply would like to mention that this presentation was a quick overview of a literature review we recently finished. So if you'd like to have more information, this paper is currently in press and should be available to retrieve online over the next couple of months. Thank you very much.
I'd like to thank our three speakers, Dr. Beltempo, Dr. Carey, and Dr. Brossard-Racine for their excellent and really wonderful presentations that span the spectrum of perinatal or preterm brain injury and some of their outcomes. And again, I want to encourage all the attendees to post any questions they may have in the comment section on the YouTube channel. And I'm just going to wait for our presenters to get online before we ask them some questions. So I think I'll start off. May, if you don't mind, I'll ask you the first question. You know, when looking at also what Mark showed, that we really focus on the babies born at less than 29 weeks or the ones with brain injuries who are older than 29 weeks. A large subset of our preterm population does not get followed in the neonatal follow-up clinic. What would you recommend to primary and secondary care providers who see these children, let's say in the first year of life, about what's the most important thing they can do to promote language development and literacy?
Thank you, Jared. That's a great question. I think prematurity is a spectrum. So, of course, things don't just change automatically when they're at 29 plus 1 weeks and we're not following them anymore. So I think all of the recommendations that we were discussing in the presentation still apply, even for the older children. Having that interaction, reading, singing, talking to babies is good for all children. So whether they're at extreme risk or at the higher risk with extreme prematurity or moderately premature, it's still a great thing to be doing with all children. So talking to families about the things that they can do and incorporating language building activities in everyday routine activities is really something that they really can do in their settings.
Thanks so much. And I'm thinking of questions that I think would be most pertinent for our broad audience. So looking to Marie, who's really focused on cerebellar injury and cerebellar development, but I also know has a big research program looking at some longer term outcomes with lots of interactions with families. I'd like to have your input on what do you think the most important thing is for families when you're looking at longer term outcomes? Say if a child does have a cerebellar hemorrhage, what kind of outcomes are most meaningful for the family? And if we don't know the answer, then how are we going to get that kind of feedback going forward?
Yeah, that's a very good question, and that's what I realized also by reviewing what other studies have been done in terms of long-term follow-up. And actually, what the evidence is showing is that we actually don't know, right? Like there's no one-size answer, and I think the take-home message is really to be aware that many children with cerebellar injury will present with behavioral issues that are likely to emerge later, as well as higher order cognitive deficit, and that should be part of the systematic clinical follow-up that these children will receive. So unfortunately, if we're not able to provide the families the answer at the moment that we identify the cerebellar injury, it's very important that they are aware that this might be a possibility, so they can make sure that whoever is following their child, their primary healthcare provider, is also screening for the early signs of potential behavioral and cognitive deficits later on.
Great, I agree. You know, looking at brain injury, as Mark alluded to in his first presentation, that it's important to identify where the injury is and how specifically that can affect the child even long term. And again, thinking about our broad audience, Mark, I was surprised that in your risk factors, there was no category for being born outborn, being born in a non-tertiary care setting, which happens in a minority of our children, but still does happen fairly often. So how is it, well, I guess, what sort of analysis did we show that outborn didn't factor into your algorithm?
So thanks a lot, Jared. I think that goes back to more stats than causal relationships, because when we have to make a distinction between a risk factor and a causal factor. And when you're looking at a screening strategy, you're looking at things that could just be yes, no, so risk factors. So they may not be the cause. So if you look at the sequence logically, if you are outborn, you have more chances of being intubated in the first 24 to 48 hours, more chance of being hemodynamically unstable. So typically what happens is that mechanical ventilation on day one encompasses a lot of the outborn risk factors. So when you're using multivariate logistic regressions with a stepwise analysis, you're going to end up including the most significant factor out of a list of series. But it doesn't mean that outborn is protective or good in any ways. So you just have to be nuanced when you're thinking about finding risk factors in the literature for a screening strategy or for preventive interventions. Is two different things. But thanks a lot for allowing me to clarify that. Same thing with mode of delivery. I mean, there's significant literature on when you're a breech presentation less than 29 weeks, you should be C-sected. And that reduces death and brain injury. But that doesn't come out in the type of analysis we did because that's not designed for that question. But that is known now that that's a risk factor. So again, nuancing what we identify here.
Thanks very much. Very clear. Next question is from actually our keynote speaker, Dr. Miller, who messaged me. He said he was having difficulty posting it in the YouTube. And I think this question might be best directed for both Dr. Carey and Dr. Brossard-Racine, or at least one of you guys, I think would have a good time with this question. But how about differences between boys and girls? So for instance, for May, is there any way that we could target our literacy interventions for boys and girls? And Marie, is there any difference in the outcomes for cerebellar hemorrhages between boys and girls?
May, you want to start it?
I'm trying to think. I can't think of any gender-specific interventions that we would suggest, but it's a great question. I mean, we know that gender, being born male, does put preemies at risk. Higher risk for some of the outcomes, but it would be very specific to target them in a different way than the girls, because we never know any child's trajectory. So that's an interesting question, but I can't think of something specific that I would be able to answer on that. I think we really want to make sure that for any parent, any intervention or any sort of interaction is geared specifically to that particular child's cues, whether it's the baby's a male, female, or fragile, not fragile, but really paying attention to individual interests and individual body behaviors and cues that the baby is giving.
Thanks, May. And Marie, do you want to tackle that as well?
Sure, I can complement slightly, because similarly, like, I'm not aware of, like, currently the literature and the studies that I've looked at cerebellar injury are quite messy, and meaning that there are so many confounders, variables that are often part of the clinical pictures, like one of the most important that I mentioned, my types, such as supratentorial injury, and I'm not aware from the top of my head, like, how if anyone has looked at the effect of gender, but definitively in the same line as what May has just said, like, I think it's very important to consider this in future studies.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank all three of our presenters who followed our keynote presentation this morning for excellent presentations, looking again at broad swath of preterm outcomes and preterm vulnerability. We're going to begin our 15-minute break now. So we're going to start back up at 2:25, I believe. So at 2:25, we'll have the next slew of presentations begin, and the next moderator as well. Thank you very much for the honor of moderating our first 3 presentations.
Roughly every 10 seconds, a newborn dies. So many of these deaths could be prevented by the amazing benefits of an own mother's milk diet, especially for those infants in need of care in the NICU. Research clearly shows the power of own mother's milk to reduce the risk and severity of disease, to build the strength and resilience of our most vulnerable infants. And yet, there is currently no global data outlining how many vulnerable infants are benefiting from this all-important start in life. On this critical issue, we're in the dark. We must do better. We must create a clearer picture of how many NICU infants across the world are being given this vital protection in the volumes they need in order to drive quality improvement. Working with leading experts, Medela has created simple but effective tools NICUs can use to assess the human milk practices they have in place, collect data, identify potential for improvement, and implement evidence-based best practices. Help us create a brighter future. Help us put human milk in the spotlight and drive changes that can benefit every infant. Talk to your Medela representative today to understand the tools we have available.
technology is increasingly present in our lives, shortening distances, bringing faster solutions, and with more practical ways of living day by day. We believe that for all of this to make sense, every solution needs a reason to exist. So why not focus on using this technology to solve real problems in our society? At a time when neonatology had an important reduction in mortality, and today it has the challenge of preserving the quality of life of patients and their families, in a scenario where the number of children with disabling diseases is very large, representing a hard socioeconomic burden in Brazil and in the world. In a country of continental proportions where the heterogeneity of resources, protocols, and conducts represents a harsh reality. PBSF, Protecting Brains and Saving Futures, was born with the motto of bringing accessible technology and intelligence to prevent neurological sequelae, as with the objective of promoting initial and longitudinal education and training, and also facilitating the implementation of methodologies and tools. Created the CSI, a central of surveillance and intelligence where we use an advanced telemedicine system to break borders and shorten distances. In this scenario, we've already monitored more than 4,000 children in more than 270,000 hours of monitoring, distributed in more than 30 hospitals, located in all 5 regions of the country. In addition, we're extremely pleased to work with international partnerships with a focus on education, research, and technological development. But we want to go further, generating homogeneity of protocols and conducts between distance centers and with different resources. With intelligent monitoring, longitudinal education, and capacity building, we can better serve high-risk babies. Together, we can make a difference in the lives of each of these little patients. We believe in the fundamental importance of each of these children being able to read, learn, and believe in tomorrow. Only in this way can we build a country and a better future. PBSF. Learn more at pbsf.com.br.
So welcome back to the second part of this afternoon. Now it's my pleasure to introduce again Jared Garfinkel. He's an assistant professor in the Department of Pediatrics at McGill University and an attending neonatologist at the Montreal Children's Hospital. His research focuses on preterm brain health and specifically how the antecedents of preterm delivery and the adversities in the neonatal intensive care unit impact brain development. Today, he will speak to us about emerging therapy for preterm brain injury. Welcome, Jared.
I'm Jared Garfinkel. I'm a neonatologist at the Montreal Children's Hospital, and I'm very excited to talk to you about emerging therapies for preterm brain injury. I hope that this talk may take off from previous discussions around the pathophysiology of preterm brain injury and what we're currently doing to manage preterm brain injury, and that this will give you some sort of light into what is coming in the coming years or decades even. As a result, this talk may take on more of a theoretical nature than a pragmatic one. I have no relevant disclosures. Before reviewing the objectives of this session, I wanted to begin with an actual case. This is a preterm boy born at 28 weeks and 6 days in the context of chorioamnionitis. His resuscitation was uneventful, and he was managed easily on CPAP. A head ultrasound done on day of life 10 as part of routine screening revealed bilateral echogenicity in the periventricular white matter. This is suspicious for some sort of periventricular white matter injury. A repeat head ultrasound done 12 days later showed that these previous suspicious areas of high signal echo have now become cystic. This can be called cystic periventricular leukomalacia. What's surprising about this case is that the baby was so stable at birth and that this injury appeared so early in the baby's life, making us wonder if something might have happened before the baby was born, if there was possibly a fetal antecedent to this brain injury. An MRI was done around term equivalent age to better delineate the extent of the injury. This is a coronal T2 weighted image. We can see the high signal intensity in the ventricles, and we also see that same water signal intensity is very white in the cysts. In addition, there is a very significant lack of white matter around the cysts. The questions that come up is, what can we do? What could we have done early on? And when is the best time to treat something like this? At the conclusion of this presentation, participants should understand the concept of therapeutic window in preterm brain injury, be aware of emerging neuroprotective therapies in preterm newborns, and know the current status of neuroregenerative therapies involving stem cells. So first, we'll review therapeutic window. And this is something that changes, of course, over time. To account for the various phases of preterm brain injury, a lot of authors use the concept of encephalopathy of prematurity. And this encompasses the acute brain injury, secondary brain injury, and what I'll begin to discuss more later, the tertiary brain injury. The acute brain injury is thought to occur either around the time of birth or, as in the case we just saw previously, maybe before birth. And this evolves into a secondary phase of injury with reperfusion and ongoing inflammation, and finally a tertiary injury, which happens over weeks, months, and even years into the child's life. And I'll review that in a few slides. These various phases of brain injury give an opportunity for neuroprotection, which can be thought of as more of a prophylactic therapy, and neuroregeneration, which we can think of as a restorative therapy. And this can all take place over time according to the phase of brain injury. When does the injury occur? Often the injury occurs around the time of birth, but there is evidence suggesting that the injury actually occurs before the baby is born. In the end, prematurity does not happen in a vacuum, and usually there's something that will provoke the preterm delivery. And this can be infection or inflammation of various sources, maternal stress, which can affect fetal programming, and in a subset of newborns born preterm, malperfusion from fetal growth restriction. And these are all pathways that can affect the brain and ultimately cause injury. Next, what is tertiary injury? So first, as we discussed earlier, we have the acute phase, which lasts minutes or hours, which evolves into the secondary phase with cell death, inflammation, and gliosis. And finally, the tertiary phase, which features microglial activation, delayed oligodendrocyte precursor maturation, epigenetic dysfunction, and altered proliferation and synaptogenesis. Although it may seem quite daunting that the injury in the tertiary phase can happen for years into their child's life, on the bright side, it offers an ongoing opportunity for us to intervene. This brings us to when is the best time to intervene, early versus delayed intervention, and I'll present some pros and cons to each approach. Of course, the early intervention is always thought to be the best because it's going to block the subsequent phases of injury and it'll kind of nip it in the bud. On the other hand, if we intervene early, this is during a time of peak vulnerability for these preterm newborns when they're very, very fragile. In addition, by intervening early, we're unable to really select which babies are the ones who are going to go on to have brain injury or neurodevelopmental impairment as they're growing up. As an analogy, in HIE, we are able to be relatively selective because we can do a neurological examination and identify the newborns who have a moderate or severe encephalopathy. But in preterm newborns, we aren't there yet in being able to select the ones at highest risk for brain injury and subsequent impairment. Late impairment has as pros the fact that you can intervene during a less vulnerable time. We can select children with brain injury or significant neurodevelopmental impairment, and we can target the tertiary phase of brain injury. On the downside, we are not able to recapitulate certain phases of development. For instance, myelination is thought to be nearly complete towards 2 years of age, so if we were to intervene in later childhood, it's not certain that we can actually recapitulate that stage of myelination. Next, I'd like to review some emerging neuroprotective therapies. The one that has probably received the most attention for brain injury, at least in the preterm newborn, is erythropoietin. Erythropoietin is a hormone that is synthesized in the fetal liver and subsequently in the newborn kidney, and it is responsible for red blood cell generation. And it does this by preventing apoptosis and stimulating red blood cell production. In the 90s, it was found that erythropoietin receptors are also present in the human cortex. So this made people wonder if the same effect that erythropoietin has on a red blood cell is also manifest in the human cortex. So the idea behind erythropoietin for preterm brain injury is that erythropoietin may function in the brain in a similar way to how it functions in the bone marrow. Animal studies have showed that it improves cell survival by reducing acute inflammation, reducing neuroapoptosis, and reducing oxidative injury. Animal studies have also shown that it is involved in brain repair by increasing erythropoiesis, which may allow more blood to circulate, increasing angiogenesis, and even increasing neurogenesis and oligodendrogenesis, which may impact myelination later on. As a result of these preclinical studies and some other clinical studies, a group of centers in the United States, 30 NICUs, enrolled 941 extreme preterm newborns born between 24 and 27 weeks gestation between the years 2013 and 2016. And this is a snapshot into the procedure in this randomized controlled trial. Infants were enrolled in the first 24 hours of life and subsequently given relatively high doses of erythropoietin intravenously. They are subsequently given maintenance doses of erythropoietin subcutaneously until they reached 32 weeks post-menstrual age. And then they were imaged at 36 weeks and underwent neurodevelopmental testing at around 2 years of age. This trial was published last year in the New England Journal of Medicine, and unfortunately, there was no significant difference between newborns who received erythropoietin versus placebo in their primary outcome of death or severe neurodevelopmental disability. They did a number of subgroup analyses to dichotomize boys versus girls according to gestational age, and there was no result that was convincingly showed that erythropoietin was effective in reducing death or neurodevelopmental impairment in these children. The only outcome for which there was a difference between erythropoietin and placebo was need for transfusions, as 15% fewer newborns required transfusions in the erythropoietin group. The question is, why didn't erythropoietin reduce death and neurological impairments, given the abundant preclinical evidence that erythropoietin is so effective at reducing apoptosis and improving cellular repair? One idea is that the preclinical models involved a hyperacute insult, often the Vannucci model of carotid ligation, and that this was uniquely an hypoxic ischemic insult. In real life, the injury is both hyperacute, acute, and even subacute, and it's very protracted and undergoes several phases. In addition, there are many upstream etiologies aside from hypoxia ischemia, such as inflammation in the context of chorioamnionitis and postnatal infections. So these can be some of the reasons that this trial was unable to detect the difference between erythropoietin and the placebo. Another therapy on the horizon is melatonin, and it's been often talked about in recent years. Melatonin is secreted and synthesized in the pineal gland and released into the brain. It is synthesized from tryptophan and serotonin precursors, and sun or light will inhibit its synthesis. Very important as far as it goes for preterm brain injury is that melatonin synthesis is nearly absent in preterm newborns. And because they are usually exposed to melatonin in the third trimester because they are in utero, there is a complete lack of melatonin when you're born too early. Melatonin is important for circadian rhythm regulation. It is a potent antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, and anti-apoptotic. So it would seem that it has all the substrates to be an effective neuroprotective therapy. There have been significant challenges in getting melatonin from the preclinical studies into phase 2 or phase 3 trials in preterm newborns, and that's mainly blamed on its formulation. It is difficult to dissolve in the small volume that would be required for very small fetuses that weigh between 500 and 1,000, small newborns, that weigh between 500 and 1,000 grams. In addition, it's in an ethanol excipient, which is thought to be neurotoxic. Beyond erythropoietin and melatonin, there are many other emergent therapies, and these include thyroxine, minocycline, the antibiotic, epidermal growth factor, granulocyte colony stimulating factor, and stem cells, which you can see here might be involved at several phases of the injury, acute, secondary, and tertiary phases. And this brings us to our final point, neuroregenerative therapies involving stem cells. Before looking at the clinical evidence, I think it's important to review some of the mechanisms that stem cells might play in preterm brain injury. And they're categorized into two broad categories, paracrine effects and regenerative or replacement effects. Paracrine effects include anti-inflammatory, anti-apoptotic, and neurogenesis. But it's not that the stem cell itself will become a neuron, or rather that it'll stimulate other cells to become neurons. Usually when we think about paracrine effects, these cells might be amnion epithelial cells, mesenchymal stromal or mesenchymal stem cells, and umbilical cord blood. Regenerative or replacement effects would include stem cells that develop into neurons and other glial cells, form synapses, and eventually myelin. And these usually would involve neural stem cells. One big challenge in interpreting the research on stem cells in preterm newborns is the huge heterogeneity among the studies. This includes heterogeneity with regards to what animal model is being studied, the inclusion criteria, how many cells are being infused, the type of cells being infused, the administration route, be it intravenous, intrathecal, or intraventricular, and most importantly, perhaps, the timing of treatment. In this review published in 2021, they listed the studies involving stem cells for neonatal brain injury that are either published or registered on clinicaltrials.gov. And you can see that a few trials involve administration of stem cells right in the beginning of life, but many more involve different times and can even extend into the 20s and 30s. One of the main drawbacks of neural stem cells, because intuitively neural stem cells, we would think that they might be a very promising area, but I'd like to show you why there may be a major drawback to neural stem cells. Hopefully Dr. Miller has already covered his very important work that he's done with Stephen Back into the pathophysiology of white matter injury at prematurity, but to briefly recapitulate it, it is thought that some sort of insult, be it inflammation or hypoxia ischemia, injures the pre-oligodendrocyte, which is very vulnerable during this 23 to 32-week period. Subsequently, there is regeneration of the pre-oligodendrocyte from the oligodendrocyte progenitor cells, but unfortunately, these regenerated pre-oligodendrocytes do not always evolve into immature and mature oligodendrocytes that can lay down myelin. So there is some sort of developmental arrest, which leads to an ultimate myelin deficiency. If we introduce more oligodendrocyte progenitor cells into the brain, even if they mature into pre-oligodendrocytes, there's no telling that they're actually going to develop into immature and mature oligodendrocytes that can ultimately be useful for laying down myelin. All to say is that neural stem cells, although they may generate some important cellular lines, it's not sure that they'll deliver some meaningful clinical outcomes. Most of the clinical trials in preterm newborns have involved mesenchymal stem cells, which might mediate through more of a paracrine effect. There has thus far been one phase 1 trial looking at the safety of early intervention with mesenchymal stem cells for severe grade 3 and grade 4 IVH. This trial took place in South Korea and involved the intraventricular transplantation of allogenic human umbilical cord blood-derived mesenchymal stem cells. These newborns, there were 9 of them, had a mean gestational age of 26 weeks, and the infusion took place at a mean day of life of 11. In the end, there were no adverse events reported in any of these newborns, and this group has now proceeded into a phase 2 trial involving 22 newborns, half of whom will be randomized to placebo and the other half randomized to the early intervention of mesenchymal stem cells via intraventricular transplantation. There have been many more trials looking at stem cells for cerebral palsy, which is the tertiary phase of newborn brain injury. None of these trials have looked specifically at newborns who have only, or looked specifically at preterm newborns who develop cerebral palsy, but rather at a broad pool of children with cerebral palsy, many of whom were born preterm. In this meta-analysis published in 2016, looking at the 5 trials that evaluated motor outcomes in randomized controlled trials, they found that there overall was more improvement in the motor score in newborns who were randomized to stem cells. Importantly, in one of these trials, they did a subgroup analysis of preterm newborns and found that the effect was even more prominent in those who were born preterm. Still, we have to say that this is a very heterogeneous population of children with CP, so it's far away from only those who are born preterm. Since 2016, there have been 4 further studies published, one of which was done in the United States, and there are many more on the horizon. In this systematic review, they detail all of the various case series, phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3 trials, and expanded access programs for children with cerebral palsy, giving them access to stem cells. As the time of publication of this study, there were almost 2,500 children who were given either randomized in trials to stem cells or given access to stem cells for cerebral palsy. So this is definitely a growing area and one that I think our patients might be talking to us more and more about. If we go back to our case of this preterm newborn born at 28 weeks in the context of chorioamnionitis, neonitis, who had a very stable course and then found to have this very early brain injury, we asked ourselves, what can we do? Right now, the erythropoietin, the melatonin, the stem cells is not ready at all for the bedside. But hopefully in the coming years or maybe even decades, we'll see more and more about these emergent therapies and have more to offer our children. In summary, there are different phases of brain injury over time, and we need to fit each therapy into the right therapeutic window. Emerging therapies on the horizon, such as erythropoietin and melatonin, need further research, and stem cells in the acute phase and tertiary phases of injury do hold promise. And hopefully in the coming years, we'll see more and more about these therapies. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Jared, for this excellent talk. I'm welcoming now the next speaker, Dr. Miriam Srour. She's an assistant professor in the Department of Pediatrics, Neurology, and Neurosurgery, a pediatric neurologist and a clinician researcher at the MUHC Research Institute. Her research program is focused on the study of the clinical, pathophysiological, and genetic mechanism underlying disorder of brain development. And today, she will speak to us about congenital brain malformation in the newborn. Welcome, Miriam.
So hi, everybody. My name is Dr. Miriam Sroor. I'm one of the pediatric neurologists at the Montreal Children's Hospital. I run there the neurogenetics and brain malformation clinics, and I often see pregnant women who, in whom we've detected any sort of fetal brain anomaly. So I'll be in the next 20 minutes talking to you about congenital brain malformations of the newborn. So in terms of disclosures, my research is supported by CIHR, FRQS, and a number of foundations, and I have nothing else to disclose. And in terms of the learning objectives, so essentially there are two. The first one is to understand the main stages of neural development and neuroembryology. And the second one is to recognize the main imaging features as well as the clinical outcomes of common congenital brain malformations. All right, so a bit of neuroembryology. So essentially, the development of the nervous system starts within the first few weeks of after conception and continues on well after birth until late adolescence. So the first stages of neurodevelopment is neurulation. And there's neuronal proliferation, neural migration, synaptogenesis, and myelination. So as you see, synaptogenesis and myelination occur during the last weeks of gestation and mostly are important after birth. And the other thing I wanted to point out is that, these stages are not really consecutive, they occur in concert. And so really the development of the nervous system relies on the coordination of multiple molecular and cellular processes that are regulated both by genetic and environmental factors. And so first is neuroembryology. So the first stage is neurulation, and I'll go by that really quickly. So at around 2 to 3 weeks after conception, the embryo is a 3-layered structure. There's the ectoderm, the mesoderm, and the endoderm. In the mesoderm, you have the notochord. So essentially, this is a longitudinal structure. It sets up the longitudinal axis of the the nervous system, and it induces the ectoderm, so the overlying structure, to basically induces it into neural tissue, and it becomes a neural plate. And then that invaginates and creates a fold. So this is the neural groove. The ridges will sort of fold and join together in the midline. And then there's sort of like a zipper effect where you have closure of the neural tube anteriorly and posteriorly. The anterior nerve pore closes around day 25 past conception, and the posterior nerve pore day 27. So essentially, neurulation is done before most women realize that they're pregnant. The neural tube here is really the structure that's going to give rise to all the nervous system. And the inside of the neural tube is essentially what's in our spinal cord, the central canal, and in our brains, that's what the ventricular system is. So after that, so here's our neural tube. The anterior portion is going to form the brain, and the posterior portion is going to form the spinal cord. And things that I want to highlight is that as the cells are proliferating, dividing, and migrating, you have increase in the size of these structures, especially the forebrain, the prosencephalon. And so as this increases as the number of cells increase, you have creation of fissures and then gyri. And during the cleavage of the hemispheres, so we have 2 cerebral hemispheres, other midline structures developed during that time, including the hypothalamus, the pituitary axis, and the optic nerves. So at the cellular level, so most of neurogenesis occurs in a structure called the ventricular zone. So that's by the ventricle. So initially you have this, essentially the first neural progenitor cells are the radial glial cells here in green. So you see how they have long axons. And so initially during the first 4 to 5 weeks, they divide symmetrically, and so they migrate. The cell body migrates up and down and divides symmetrically, and so you get the same types of cell. And then later during neurogenesis, the division becomes asymmetric, and the radial glial cell will give rise to intermediate progenitor cells that will migrate to the subventricular zone here, and these will continue on to proliferate and divide asymmetrically. And as neurons are born, they migrate along the radial glial cell and use it as essentially a scaffold. And so the first neurons that migrate up to the cortex will be, so the neurons migrate up to the cortex and go to the surface, and the later neurons that migrate will continue up to the surface. And so the later migrating neurons will be the most superficial. So I think that's enough of a bit of neuroembryology. And so the main stages are neurulation, then during the first 4 weeks, prosencephalic development between 4 to 8 weeks gestation, neuronal proliferation 4 to 12 weeks mainly, neural migration 12 weeks on. And my talk really will be concentrated on disorders that arise from these 3 stages here: prosencephalic development, neuronal proliferation, and neural migration. In primary neurulation, these are disorders of anterior and posterior neural pore closures, which are things like anencephaly and spina bifida spectrum, etc. And so in prosencephalic development, I'm going to be discussing 3 disorders: holoprosencephaly, septo-optic dysplasia, and agenesis of the corpus callosum. For neuronal proliferation, I will discuss disorders of too little proliferation, so those are the microcephalies, or too much proliferation, those are the hemimegalencephalies. And then some examples of neural migration would be lissencephaly and polymicrogyria. So these are just snippets. There are lots of other congenital brain malformations, but those are sort of the classic ones and the ones you're more likely to come across. So let's start. Prosencephalic development. Holoprosencephaly. So holoprosencephaly essentially refers to the failure of the cleavage of the hemispheres. So they don't divide into 2. And so you have different forms. So the first is alobar, as in no lobes. And so look at this is a brain MRI, and you can see really this is just one clump of brain tissue. There are no hemispheres. It's all continuous, and your basal ganglia is clumped here and unfused. It's associated with very significant facial anomalies. And so here is an example of cyclopsia. And this is a remnant of a vestigial nose. And so, as you would expect, children with alobar holoprosencephaly have extremely severe handicap and will not survive the first few months of life, and often these pregnancies are terminated. Next is semilobar. So with semilobar hemiprosencephaly, you do have some separation of your hemispheres, especially posteriorly, as you can see here, this interhemispheric fissure here. Your ventricle is fused, so you have a single ventricle, and anteriorly your frontal lobes are continuous, so there's no separation here. Your basal ganglia are also fused. Children will also have significant facial defects, and so you have here hypotelorism, so the eyes are very close together. You have sebocephaly, so the nose has a single nostril and a cleft palate, so other midline anomalies. And as you would suspect as well, these children have very severe handicaps as well, in terms of, they'll also have swallowing difficulties, respiratory difficulties, and severe neurodevelopmental disabilities, and many of them will not survive. Then you have a milder form of holoprosencephaly. So this is the lobar holoprosencephaly. And see, you do have an anterior and posterior interhemispheric fissure, but you have other midline anomalies. So in this particular case, you have no septum pellucidum. Notice how the two lateral hemispheres are continuous with each other, and your thalamus here is still stuck together. So children with lobar holoprosencephaly will have moderate to severe developmental impairments, and their faces here you see tend to be normal, or they may have some mild hypotelorism, so their eyes close together. Sometimes they can have a single incisor. And there you go. So the main thing I want to highlight is that, as I had mentioned earlier, while the hemispheres are getting cleaved, other important midline structures in the brain that develop are the optic nerves and the pituitary and hypothalamic axis. And so children with holoprosencephaly will often have pituitary anomalies, endocrinological anomalies, and optic nerve hypoplasia. So in any child with midline anomaly, please make sure to refer to endo and ophthalmology. Etiologies of holoprosencephaly are mostly genetic, so usually associated with chromosomal anomalies such as chromosome 13 and 18 or copy number variations. There are also some single gene causes, and there's also non-genetic causes such as exposure to retinoic acid, vitamin A, CMV, and rubella. Okay, so that's our first disorder associated with a defect during prosencephalic development. The next one I want to talk about is septo-optic dysplasia. So septo-optic dysplasia is characterized by a triad. So septo refers to absence of the septum pellucidum. Also could be accepted with the absence of the corpus callosum is also part of this. So this is an MRI showing no septum pellucidum. Second feature would be optic nerve hypoplasia. So here I'm trying to show just thin optic nerves. You can see them on MRI, but really the best test is through ophthalmological examination, so clinical exam, and then pituitary dysfunction. So it may or may not be associated with MRI changes. So your pituitary may look normal on MRI, but be functionally abnormal. In this particular case, there's basically an absence, the pituitary did not migrate out and still is high up there. So for diagnosis of septo-optic dysplasia, you need 2 out of the 3 features, but what's important is that if you see one of these features, you should look for the other 2. So any child with an absence of the septum pellucidum needs to see endo and ophtho. Any child with optic nerve hypoplasia needs an MRI and endo as well. So septo-optic dysplasia can be isolated, so without any other brain anomalies or other anomalies in the child. Usually these children will have pituitary insufficiency, but their development tends to be normal or just have mild developmental impairment. But septo-optic dysplasia can be also associated with brain malformations and cortical anomalies, especially such as in this case, schizencephaly. So this is one of my patients who presented in the neonatal period, basically with panhypopituitarism. And so he was also extremely hypotonic, and you see here on the MRI, he has no septum pellucidum, but his cortex is not normal. He has a huge cleft here. This is a schizencephaly, and on the other side, it's very abnormal as well. This is called polymicrogyria, and I don't know if you can appreciate that the bright spot here from the posterior pituitary is high up there because it didn't completely migrate out. So children with septo-optic dysplasia plus usually have more important developmental impairments. They can have, of course, seizures, hemiparesis, and intellectual disability are common. So septo-optic dysplasia is usually sporadic. It's rare that we find the underlying etiology. There are some single genes that have been identified, but together they only explain a few percentages of those children. So, I mean, it's hypothesized that maybe there's some kind of acquired, either an ischemic event during brain development, but it's really not known. So that's that. And the third disorder of prosencephalic development that I want to talk about is agenesis of the corpus callosum. Here's the normal corpus callosum. Here's no corpus callosum on sagittal view. On coronal view, here you can see the corpus callosum, and here there's no corpus callosum, and you have, this is often called, oops, sorry about that, moose head appearance. And the ventricles have an abnormal shape. They're often dilated over here, and they have parallel, and they're parallel at the vertex, and they don't have this sort of normal bow-tied appearance just because there's no corpus callosum there. So agenesis of the corpus callosum is found in about 1 in 20,000 people. And what's important to know is that the outcomes are variable. So if the corpus callosum agenesis is in isolation, 75% of individuals will have a normal development. So sometimes this is even picked up later on, an MRI done because of migraines or something like that. So when it's isolated, agenesis of the corpus callosum is associated with a normal development in 75% of the cases, and the rest of the 25% is very variable, from mild impairments to very severe neurologic deficits, such as an Aicardi syndrome, for example. And so again, in terms of etiologies, it can be chromosomal, monogenic, and then you can also have acquired causes of agenesis of the corpus callosum, so related to infection or prenatal ischemic insult, but usually it's not in isolation. You'll have other features on your brain MRI to suggest that. In terms of management, like I said, midline development abnormality, sent to endo and ophtho. These children will follow their development closely, look for any additional anomalies, and try to determine the underlying cause. All right, so now we talked about disorders of prosencephalic development. We'll go on to talk about a few disorders of neuronal proliferation. First one is not enough proliferation, so the microcephalies. So congenital microcephaly, by definition, is when the head circumference is 2 standard deviation below normal. And these primary microcephalies, when they're associated with a normal brain structure. So when I talk about a primary, I'm really meaning that there's an underlying genetic etiology, and so they're usually associated with a normal brain structure. So this is one of my patients who's 11 years old. His head circumference at the age of 11 is 38 centimeters. Remember that at birth, the average head circumference is about 35 centimeters. So he has a tiny head circumference. And so you can see the cortex here. So definitely his gyrations are simplified, and he doesn't have much of a frontal lobe. But the cortex is otherwise normal, and all the structures are there. This young boy, 11 years old, is walking, is talking. He does have moderate intellectual disability, but I wanted to highlight that these children, despite the fact that their heads are so small, do relatively well. So they're not in wheelchairs, they're not G-tube fed or anything like that. So usually their standard deviation is much below 4 standard deviation. This particular child, for example, my patient, is at less than 7 or 8 standard deviation. So these disorders are genetic. They're autosomal recessive. It's important to know because that means the family has an increased risk of recurrence. And so there's a number of genes involved, and all these genes, not surprisingly, are involved in cell division and some cell cycle regulation. So there's some anomaly in terms of proliferation of these of the cells during development. So that's it. So that's primary microcephaly. Next one I want to talk about is too much proliferation. So hemimegalencephaly, hemi, half, mega, big cephaly brain. So here's an example of one of my patients. You can see his right hemisphere here is very enlarged, but it's not just too big, it's big and abnormal. Look at the cortex here compared to the cortex on this side. So see, on the normal side, there's good gray-white matter differentiation. On this side, it's all fuzzy, and the cortex is I don't know if I can convince you, but it's very abnormal and it's polymicrogyric. So children with hemimegalencephaly, are very developmentally impaired. The main issue is really drug-resistant epilepsy. Their seizures are very difficult to control, and they usually need early hemispherectomy. They'll also have hemiparesis, intellectual disability, and often the second hemisphere is not completely normal either. So hemimegalencephaly is often associated with neurocutaneous disorders like tuberous sclerosis, Clove syndrome, etc. And hemimegalencephaly is really caused by a somatic, mosaic mutations or mutation that occurs during the development of the fetus, so it's not inherited, and usually in one of the genes of the mTOR pathway that's very important for cellular growth and proliferation. So again, makes sense. So it's hemimegalencephaly. Next, we move on to disorders of neural migration or neuronal migration, mostly I'm going to talk about. So the first classic one is lissencephaly, list for smooth. So these are children with very smooth brains. So look at this is an MRI of a newborn comparing to a normal 15-week fetal brain. Look, this is how smooth it is at 18 weeks, and this is a child with lissencephaly at birth. So not surprisingly, these children have drug-resistant seizures that are very difficult to control. They have profound developmental impairment. Initially, they're extremely hypotonic and become spastic quadriplegic. They're in wheelchair. They have dysphagia. They're G-tube fed. They often have aspiration pneumonias, and that's why they often pass away early on because of these complications. Lissencephaly is always genetic. There are a number of genes that are associated, and all of them have important role in microtubule function and encode components of the cytoskeleton. Cytoskeleton is very important for basically for migration and the movement of cells. So the most common genes are LIS1 and DCX, but in any case. Okay, so the next sort of neuronal migration that I want to talk about is polymicrogyria. So many, micro, small gyration. Essentially, they're excessive small convolutions. And so this is an example of one of my patients who has a unilateral polymicrogyria. So I don't know if I can convince you that here this cortex here is not normal, and if you look at the gray-white matter border, you can sort of appreciate many little small convolutions here. Not surprisingly, these children will often have seizures that may be not so difficult to control to very difficult to control and requiring resection. And depending on whether the polymicrogyria is focal, unilateral, bilateral, you'll have various symptoms depending on its location and extent. So if it's in the perisylvian area, the area of the brain that's very important for language and control of the mouth and the tongue, they can have a pseudobulbar palsy, for example. So the things to remember about the etiology of polymicrogyria is that it's actually often not genetic. So there can be, of course, genetic causes, but very often we think that it's non-genetic causes. It has non-genetic causes as well. So either from a prenatal ischemic event or hemorrhage or an infection. Again, often with infection, you'll have other signs that may suggest it on the brain MRI with white matter anomalies, calcifications, or evidence of sort of destructive lesions. And as I said, it could be genetic as well. Sometimes, especially when it's bilateral, it can be, but not necessarily be genetic, and it can also be due to somatic or mosaic mutations. All right, the last thing I wanted to just mention is when I talked a lot about genetic causes, but I often mentioned non-genetic causes. So when should we suspect a non-genetic etiology in congenital brain malformations? So the main things to consider would be torch infections, especially CMV and Zika, hemorrhage or ischemia. So there are clinical and imaging clues. So in terms of imaging clues, you can look for signs of hemorrhage. So important to use susceptibility weighted imaging to look for evidence of hemosiderin deposits, any evidence of calcification, clefts, asymmetry, white matter anomalies, and as I said, often polymicrogyria is a non-genetic. So this is a child with Zika, with a congenital Zika infection. Notice how small his brain is, but it's not just a small brain like I had showed you earlier in that patient with a genetic cause. Here you have calcifications, the cortex is abnormal as well, and the white matter is very abnormal. Similarly with CNV, you can appreciate here the polymicrogyria that's bilateral, but very asymmetric as well. The white matter is very abnormal. There's also cysts, etc. So these are things that make you think of infectious cause, and so workup for an underlying infectious etiology needs to be undertaken. So in summary, the spectrum of congenital brain malformations is extremely wide. The structural anomalies are often related to the timing of the insult or genetic defect during embryogenesis. So as I said, the etiologies can be genetic or acquired. Often multiple services are required in the care of these children. Remember to ask for endo and ophthalmology consultations when there are midline defects, and of course genetic when you suspect a genetic etiology. And developmental outcomes can be extremely variable. So I think that was it. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Miriam, for your very energetic and excellent talk. It's my pleasure now to introduce the next speaker, with Dr. Guillaume Sebir. He's a specialist in pediatric neurology, a researcher and professor at McGill University. He investigates the interaction between the nervous and immune system, particularly the role of inflammatory mediator in brain dysfunction, resulting for prematurity, cerebral palsy, multiple sclerosis, and stroke. His research aimed to understand the cause of those diseases and develop new therapy using preclinical animal model. Today, he will speak to us about stroke in term neonate. Welcome, Guillaume.
Bonjour à tous et à toutes. Je voudrais d'abord remercier les organisateurs pour m'avoir invité à parler aujourd'hui des accidents vasculaires cérébraux du nouveau-né à terme. Pourquoi individuer les accidents vasculaires du nouveau-né par rapport à ceux du reste de la population? La raison est très simple, c'est parce que les mécanismes, les causes, la biologie des vaisseaux cérébraux, qu'il s'agisse des artères et des veines, sont spécifiques aux nouveau-nés, ce qui implique des modes de présentation, de prise en charge et des diagnostics qui sont tout à fait différents dans cette tranche d'âge que dans le reste de la vie. Alors, on va entamer cette présentation par la description des différentes entités nosologiques classiques qui définissent les différentes formes d'accidents vasculaires cérébraux du nouveau-né, puisqu'il ne s'agit pas d'une entité monolithique. Alors, ça se subdivise d'abord de manière très classique en forme ischémique et hémorragique primitive, et ensuite une autre subdivision est faite par la datation de survenue de l'accident vasculaire cérébral, qui peut être soit juste avant la naissance, donc durant la période fœtale, soit juste après la naissance, durant la période néonatale. Ensuite, on sépare au sein des accidents vasculaires cérébraux ischémiques ceux qui sont d'origine veineuse, due à une thrombose veineuse, et ceux qui sont d'origine artérielle, due à des anomalies de parois des artères, parfois compliquées par des thromboses ou purement des thromboses, par exemple d'origine embolique. Et là aussi, classiquement, les auteurs ont séparé depuis une vingtaine d'années l'infarctus artériel cérébral néonatal, neonatal arterial ischemic stroke en anglais, donc vous voyez un petit exemple sur la vignette ici, à l'infarctus cérébral artériel présumé périnatal. C'est quoi cette différence? C'est tout simplement que certains AVC artériel néonatal sont symptomatiques dès la naissance et donc diagnostiqués le plus souvent dès la naissance, tandis que d'autres ne seront repérés qu'au fil du développement un petit peu plus tard, quelques mois plus tard, en fait, dans la vie. Mais quand on regarde les images, elles sont très proches ou semblables à celles des accidents vasculaires cérébro-artériels qui sont présentés à la naissance. Et donc, on tend de plus en plus, ces dernières années, à confondre ces deux catégories, puisqu'au fond, ce sont les mêmes mécanismes pathologiques, c'est le même timing des lésions, c'est le même aspect des lésions, ce sont les mêmes causes, mais c'est simplement le moment de la détection qui est un petit peu différent. En ce qui concerne les infarctus veineux, on distingue deux sortes dans le bas du schéma. Certains qui se produisent majoritairement durant la vie fœtale et qu'on désigne sous le nom d'infarctus veineux périventriculaire fœtal, et ceux qui se produisent plutôt en postnatal, majoritairement en postnatal, qui sont des thromboses sino-veineuses néonatales. En matière d'hémorragie, il y a aussi une dichotomie entre les hémorragies cérébrales fœtales et les hémorragies cérébrales néonatales qui est classique, mais qui en fait est aussi un petit peu artificielle parce que les causes sont les mêmes dans ces moments du développement qui sont naturellement très rapprochés. Alors, tout ça conduit cette classification un peu compliquée à être simplifiée actuellement par la plupart des auteurs en 4 catégories principales d'AVC du nouveau-né. Ça va rendre la présentation beaucoup plus simple, vous allez voir. L'infarctus cérébral artériel périnatal, qui est le plus fréquent, les hémorragies cérébrales périnatales, juste en T ou postnatales, les infarctus veineux périnatales, sous-entendu ceux qui touchent les veines profondes périventriculaires, et puis les thromboses périnatales des sinus cérébraux, donc des gros collecteurs veineux qui se trouvent autour du cerveau. Et là-dedans, on peut avoir deux formes, soit pour chaque catégorie, soit un diagnostic dès la naissance, des symptômes qui sont d'emblée très éloquents ou retardés. Alors, on va commencer par un peu d'épidémiologie sur chacune de ces formes d'AVC néonatal et je vais m'appuyer dans cette diapositive et les quelques suivantes sur une excellente étude faite par le groupe d'Adam Curtin en Alberta sur la fraction, la moitié sud de l'Alberta, environ plus de 2 millions d'habitants. Et c'est une étude qui est très intéressante parce qu'elle est méthodologiquement impeccable, je dirais, avec une méthodologie prospective, des données qui sont populationnelles. Et donc, c'est la première étude de ce niveau de qualité dans le domaine qui nous donne, donc, à mon avis, les chiffres qui sont les plus fiables, dans tous les cas, dans la population de l'Alberta. Reste encore à savoir si on peut les étendre au reste de la planète. Ça, c'est une autre discussion. Mais on n'a pas encore les données pour ça. Alors, qu'est-ce que ça nous dit? Premièrement, la prévalence des AVC néonatales est de 1 sur 1100 naissances à terme. C'est plus important qu'on ne pensait. C'est le plus haut chiffre de prévalence de toutes les études qui ont été réalisées. Mais on fait confiance dans ce résultat parce que c'est une étude populationnelle, parce que ça répond aux plus hauts standards méthodologiques, alors que ce n'était pas le cas pour toutes les précédentes études, et puis aussi parce qu'il y a une sensibilisation de plus en plus importante à cette pathologie qui fait que le diagnostic est probablement mieux reconnu maintenant. Alors, avec 1 sur 1100 naissances à terme, on descend en dessous de la définition classique des maladies rares, dont le seuil est situé à 1 sur 2000. Le jour de votre vie, vous avez le plus de risque de faire un accident vasculaire cérébral, ça n'est pas, ou un individu a le plus de risque de faire un accident vasculaire cérébral, ça n'est pas quand on est âgé, contrairement à ce qu'on pourrait penser, c'est le jour de votre naissance. Alors ensuite, comment se divise selon les différentes formes cette épidémiologie de ces AVC selon le mécanisme? Alors ici, vous voyez simplement la distribution selon le mécanisme, avec en brun ceux qui sont les plus fréquents, qui sont les accidents vasculaires cérébraux artériels ischémiques, qui représentent la moitié de la globalité des AVC néonatales. Ensuite, en deuxième position, vous avez en bleu, avec 33% de cette population, les accidents vasculaires cérébrales d'origine veineuse. Alors ça, c'est une petite surprise parce qu'on pensait qu'ils étaient plus minoritaires, mais quand on les cherche bien, on en trouve une proportion importante, et 18%, ce sont les accidents vasculaires cérébraux hémorragiques. Ensuite, si on creuse plus loin dans les accidents vasculaires cérébraux d'origine veineuse, on en a 21% qui sont dus à thrombose cérébrale des veines profondes. Je reviendrai un petit peu plus tard sur la signification de cette entité-là. Et puis 12% qui sont dus à des thromboses sino-veineuses. Ensuite, les auteurs ont regardé la distribution selon, à nouveau, le mécanisme et aussi le timing diagnostique néonatal versus retardé. C'est intéressant parce que pour les néonatologues qui sont dans la salle, eh bien, évidemment, vous, ce que vous voyez, c'est cette bulle-là, dont la taille est proportionnelle au volume de patients. Et tandis que pour nous, les neurologues, on fait souvent le diagnostic tardif parce que sans ça, il a déjà été fait par les néonatologues et on voit plutôt ces patients-là. On fait le diagnostic chez ces patients-là. Alors, vous voyez que la distribution est un petit peu différente, que le diagnostic, les accidents artériels ischémiques restent majoritaires dans les diagnostics néonatales. 37%, le pourcentage, évidemment, s'additionne entre les deux bulles. Les accidents hémorragiques sont foncièrement dans les premières heures au jour de vie durant la période néonatale, le chiffre ne change pas. Par contre, les thromboses veineuses néonatales sont ici peu représentées parce qu'on les retrouve ici, principalement avec les thromboses veineuses profondes, qui sont la majorité des diagnostics qui sont faits durant la période post-néonatale. En moyenne, à quelques mois de vie, des accidents hémorragiques deviennent très, très rares dans les diagnostics tardifs. Ce sont souvent des petites hémorragies qui ont été asymptomatiques à la naissance. Et la tendance est à la réduction du diagnostic retardé des accidents vasculaires cérébraux artériels ischémiques, qui représente 12%, donc une petite fraction de ces diagnostics tardifs. Alors, on va traiter chacun de ces 4 sous-groupes d'AVC néonatal dans l'ordre, et on va commencer par le plus fréquent, l'accident vasculaire cérébral artériel ischémique néonatal. Alors, vous voyez ici l'image en IRM, séquence de diffusion, qui est tout à fait typique d'un AVC néonatal artériel ischémique, avec une image en hypersignal, diffusion, qui est localisée dans le territoire plutôt superficiel, mais aussi mordant sur le territoire profond de l'artère cérébrale moyenne. Donc il y a un signal qui est clairement anormal, c'est une IRM qui est pratiquée à 3 jours de vie. La distribution des anomalies de signal correspond à celle d'un territoire artériel spécifique, artère cérébrale moyenne droite, et le territoire de l'artère cérébrale antérieure, ici, cérébrale postérieure, ici en arrière, est épargné. C'est unilatéral. Il n'y a pas beaucoup de difficultés de diagnostic. L'IRM est vraiment un outil épatant pour réaliser ce diagnostic. Alors, ça s'est présenté chez un patient qui, durant les premières heures de vie, a présenté quelques épisodes brefs de crise épileptique focale. Souvent, dans cette pathologie, elle se produit dans les 24-72 heures après la naissance et le plus souvent, pas toujours, après une grossesse et un accouchement sans problème. Ces crises d'épilepsie focale sont de type essentiellement clonique, affectant un hémicorps, parfois uniquement les extrémités, ou parfois se traduisent par des mouvements répétitifs, comme des mouvements de mâchonnement, ou des mouvements répétitifs des lèvres. Si c'est la seule manifestation, comme ça arrive souvent, parfois ils peuvent être manqués, passer inaperçus, ce qui explique des diagnostics plus tardifs, à un moment où d'autres manifestations se développent. Ce ne sont pas les seuls symptômes. Certains patients sont hypotoniques et environ 40% des patients présentent des signes, un tableau qui peut indiquer la présence, un tableau classique de présentation d'encéphalopathie néonatale diffuse, mais qui s'avère être, après vérification de l'imagerie, un accident artériel ischémique focal. Alors, le plus souvent, cette imagerie cérébrale en IRM chez ces bébés qui sont fragiles et qui sont malades neurologiquement, quand ils sont hospitalisés, elle n'est pas faite tout à fait immédiatement. Il y a en moyenne 3 jours de délai entre la naissance et la réalisation de l'imagerie. Je dis juste un tout petit mot de l'échographie transfrontalaire qui est sous-optimale pour le diagnostic, qui va détecter certains accidents relativement avancés et volumineux. Mais c'est vraiment l'IRM de diffusion qui est l'examen le plus sensible et le plus rapide. Quelques heures après l'infarctus, on va pouvoir le détecter. Alors, les études épidémiologiques, elles sont assez nombreuses, ont essayé de déterminer quels étaient les facteurs de risque d'AVC néonatal. Ce qui sort lorsque l'on fait une revue systématique de la littérature et qu'on compile toutes ces études qui ont été réalisées dans les années 90 et 2000, ce sont les facteurs suivants. Le sexe masculin en est un. 2/3 des AVC artériels ischémiques surviennent chez les garçons. C'est tout de même un débalancement selon le sexe qui est significatif. Ils se produisent un petit peu par définition, on pourrait dire, chez ceux qui sont à terme, mais en réalité, si on se penche sur les prématurés, on ne constate pas ce type d'accident. Il s'agit majoritairement de mamans qui sont primipares, en fait nullipares durant la gestation, et qui donc se produisent chez les enfants qui sont premiers-nés. Le gros facteur de risque qui sort à travers toutes les études, c'est l'inflammation périnatale. Alors, qu'est-ce qui se cache sous cette inflammation périnatale? Premièrement, les infections inflammations du placenta de type chorioamnionite, c'est la pathologie numéro 1 qui est associée à l'AVC néonatal, artériel, ischémique. Sans ça, on a également la présence d'une fièvre maternelle ou d'une infection néonatale qui est prise en compte dans ces études sous le chapeau global, inflammation périnatale. C'est, quand on regarde les différents facteurs de risque, c'est le seul facteur de risque indépendant d'AVC artériel néonatal, et la multiplication du risque en présence d'une inflammation périnatale, du risque de développer un AVC artériel, est de l'ordre de 10. Donc c'est un effet qui est très important, et c'est un facteur de risque qui fonctionne de façon indépendante, je le soulignais, c'est important. L'hypoxie perpartum, avec des manifestations de type encéphalopathie néonatale diffuse, avec hypotonie, avec status épilepticus parfois. J'ai oublié de vous signaler tout à l'heure que dans les crises d'épilepsie, les status épilepticus étaient assez fréquents chez environ la moitié des patients. L'hypoxie perpartum avec un score d'Apgar qui est bas, une détresse néonatale, des signes de souffrance qui sont évidents, qui vont conduire ces bébés aux soins intensifs néonatales, ça représente à peu près 40-50% de la présentation de ce type d'AVC. Un facteur de risque qui a longtemps été considéré comme important parce que le bon sens le suggérait et qu'il pouvait y avoir des facteurs de vulnérabilité qui étaient liés à des facteurs, des traits génétiques procoagulants, vous savez, déficit en protéine C, protéine S, facteur 5, mutation de prothrombine, etc. En réalité, une très belle étude du groupe d'Adam Kearton, publiée il y a 2 ou 3 ans, montre sur une large échelle, avec une méthodologie de type cas-contrôle, que la fréquence de ce type d'anomalie constitutive, constitutionnelle, procoagulante, génétique, n'est pas plus fréquente chez les patients qui font ce type d'AVC comparativement à la population générale des nouveau-nés sans AVC. Ça, c'est un résultat très important. J'y reviendrai un petit peu parce qu'il y a quelques exceptions. Il y a quand même quelques pathologies génétiques de la coagulation qui peuvent donner des AVC. Mais le point important est que la réalisation systématique d'un bilan de coagulation à la recherche d'anomalies constitutives semble futile en regard de ces données récentes. Alors, un petit mot sur la distribution de ce type d'AVC. Eh bien, ils sont de manière largement prédominante localisés dans l'artère cérébrale moyenne ou dans le territoire de l'artère cérébrale moyenne, 89%, le plus souvent du côté gauche, parfois du côté droit, et plus rarement dans la circulation postérieure ou dans la circulation très antérieure. Alors ça a longtemps intrigué cette distribution préférentielle, et ça a conduit à une hypothèse qui reste l'hypothèse physiopathologique numéro 1 de cette maladie, qui consiste à penser que ces accidents sont provoqués par une maladie du placenta, par exemple de type inflammatoire, mais aussi probablement d'ordre placentovasculaire dans certains cas, avec émission d'un caillot ou de plusieurs caillots qui vont se comporter comme des emboles et migrer dans la circulation fœtale par la veine ombilicale, rentrer dans la veine cave inférieure par le canal d'Arantius ou ductus venosus, franchir le foramen ovale, provoquer alors une embolie paradoxale par le ductus arteriosus, le canal artériel, vers la circulation artérielle cérébrale. Alors vous allez me dire pourquoi l'artère cérébrale moyenne? Eh bien, parce que l'artère cérébrale moyenne est l'artère cérébrale qui a le plus gros débit sanguin cérébral, particulièrement la gauche. Le débit de l'artère cérébrale moyenne gauche est plus important que la droite. Et donc, les flux aspiratifs sanguins qui jouent un rôle majeur dans la migration d'un embole vont l'amener à s'encastrer dans cette artère cérébrale moyenne gauche. Ce mécanisme physiopathologique n'est pas démontré par des modèles animaux précliniques, mais ça n'est pas facile à faire, n'est pas visualisé par le suivi ou seulement rarement par la mise en évidence de caillots dans les artères, mais il reste quand même l'hypothèse physiopathologique qui explique probablement la majorité de ces accidents. Alors, si on va au-delà des facteurs de risque dans les causes qui sont avérées, alors je viens de vous parler de la cause essentielle, qui est donc l'embolie d'origine placentaire, qui va très bien avec l'élévation considérable de la fréquence du risque d'AVC en cas de pathologie placentaire particulièrement inflammatoire chorioamnionique. On sait que l'inflammation précipite la coagulation. Et puis, il y a une série de causes plus rares, mais qui méritent d'être recherchées parce que parfois, elles vont appeler un traitement spécifique. Alors, si on regarde un peu les examens, les tests qu'on doit réaliser chez ces bébés en fonction des différentes hypothèses, si elles ne sont pas complètement évidentes d'emblée, et ce qui est le cas dans la majorité des patients, on ne comprend pas très bien d'où ça vient cet accident, ce n'est pas tout à fait donné le diagnostic. Alors, pour l'hypothèse des embolies d'origine placentaire, je saurais trop insister sur l'importance de récupérer le placenta et de bénéficier d'un examen pathologique complet du placenta qui souvent va détecter une pathologie de type inflammatoire ou vasculaire ou autre qui a pu être la source des emboles qui se sont logés dans le cerveau. Plus rarement, on peut bien sûr avoir des embolies d'origine cardiaque chez des patients qui sont porteurs d'une cardiopathie congénitale, donc il faut faire une échographie cardiaque pour vérifier ce point chez ces bébés, mais finalement c'est une explication qui est rare, mais si elle est présente, évidemment, elle va déclencher tout un traitement spécifique. Il peut y avoir des dissections carotidiennes cervicales. Les dissections déchirent la paroi interne des artères carotides ou vertébrales au niveau du cou, créent la formation d'un petit caillot à l'endroit de la déchirure qui peut migrer de manière embolique et par un mécanisme un peu analogue à celui des emboles placentaires se loger dans les artères cérébrales. Importance ici de demander, au moment où on fait l'IRM pour le diagnostic, des séquences d'angiographie en résonance magnétique qui soient pas seulement intracrâniennes, qui sont les séquences classiques que font les radiologues quand on leur demande cet examen, mais il faut spécifier, sans ça ils ne le feront pas toujours, de faire aussi des séquences qui permettent de visualiser les vaisseaux du cou afin de pouvoir détecter une dissection. Les dissections sont plus fréquentes dans le contexte d'accouchement traumatique avec forceps, manœuvres, traction, qui, comme on peut l'imaginer, peuvent exercer des contraintes traumatiques délétères pour les artères. Alors, il y a des situations de thrombose primaire locale, parfois provoquées, comme par exemple les coagulations intravasculaires disséminées dans un contexte infectieux qui peuvent provoquer un thrombus au niveau d'une artère cérébrale. Il y a la situation qu'on voit de temps en temps des patients qui ont un cathéter, par exemple, veineux ombilical, À l'échographie, on voit qu'il y a un petit thrombus qui se forme à son extrémité, c'est pas rare, et particulièrement au moment où on le retire, il peut migrer via les restes de la circulation fœtale vers le cerveau. Et bien sûr, les pathologies infectieuses inflammatoires peuvent favoriser la constitution de thrombus, soit dans la circulation générale, thrombus de veines profondes qui peuvent avoir des migrations emboliques cérébrales, mais il peut y avoir aussi la présence d'une méningite bactérienne qui entraîne, elle, une infiltration inflammatoire des artères cérébrales qui traversent les espaces sous-arachnoïdiens qui sont contaminés par la méningite, avec une vascularite locale et possibilité d'un infarctus cérébral. Donc, important de considérer l'indication d'une ponction lombaire et de tout un bilan infectieux, bien sûr, complet, pour ensuite adapter le traitement antibiotique à ces circonstances. Les coagulopathies de nature d'ordre génétique, mendéliennes, comme des déficits familiaux en protéine C, en protéine S, et, des pathologies de cet ordre, sont rares et en général, elles sortent clairement sur l'interrogatoire de la famille, la présence de pathologies thromboemboliques fréquentes chez les apparentés au premier degré ou au-delà, et chez les enfants qui sont victimes d'AVC dans ce contexte, souvent, il n'y a pas seulement un accident vasculaire cérébral, il y a aussi la présence de thromboses dans d'autres vaisseaux. Alors, si on a des thromboses multiples, si on a des antécédents familiaux, oui, ça vaut la peine. C'est une exception à ce que je vous ai dit tout à l'heure, de rechercher des coagulopathies d'ordre génétique. Puis ensuite, il y a des pathologies autres génétiques très rares, comme le moya-moya congénital ou certaines anomalies vasculaires drivées par des anomalies génétiques que je mentionne, mais qu'on ne va pas rechercher systématiquement. Ça s'inscrit dans ces anomalies s'inscrivent dans des tableaux malformatifs, et le moya-moya congénital a une signature radiologique très claire et nette, donc va être diagnostiqué très simplement par l'angiographie en résonance magnétique. Quel est le devenir de ces enfants qui font des AVC artérielles néonatales? Alors, je trouve que la meilleure manière de vous le présenter, c'est avec l'étude du docteur Stéphane Chabrier en France. Stéphane Chabrier a fait constituer une cohorte prospective de 100 cas d'accidents vasculaires cérébraux artériels néonatales en France, et il a constitué cette série autour des années 2005. Donc, ce sont des enfants qui aujourd'hui ont 15 ans et continuent à les suivre et produit un grand nombre de papiers qui sont intéressants à bien des égards, et notamment sur l'issue, l'évolution des enfants victimes de cette pathologie. Dans les grandes lignes, selon les résultats de ce travail, 60% des enfants victimes d'un AVC artériel ischémique néonatal vont avoir des séquelles neurologiques. Un petit bémol à ça, ce chiffre est probablement un peu surestimé. Pourquoi? Parce que comme vous pouvez voir sous mon titre, sur cette cohorte de 100 patients, à ce stade de suivi, donc la mesure est faite à l'âge de 7 ans, il n'en reste plus que 73. Autrement dit, il y en a 27 qui ont été perdus au suivi. Et en général, quand on perd des enfants au suivi, ce sont souvent majoritairement des enfants qui vont bien. Donc, je ne sais pas quel est le pourcentage exact de séquelles en AVC, mais c'est peut-être de l'ordre de 50% ou un peu moins. Donc l'avenir n'est pas tout noir. Il y a au moins 40 à 50% des enfants qui s'en tirent sans séquelles à l'âge de 7 ans. C'est tout de même une information très intéressante pour les familles. Alors, quand il y a des séquelles, elles s'organisent autour de 3 pôles principaux. Il y a des séquelles de type hémiplégique, paralysie cérébrale, droite ou gauche, plus fréquente à droite puisque c'est l'artère cérébrale moyenne droite qui est le plus souvent touchée. Il s'agit ici de 23 patients dans cette série sur 73, donc environ un tiers qui vont avoir une hémiplégie. Donc, c'est loin d'être la majorité des patients qui vont développer une paralysie cérébrale suite à ce type d'accident. Une fraction importante vont avoir des difficultés d'apprentissage, des troubles du langage, des anomalies cognitives, 17 sur 73 avec troubles du langage. Vous pouvez lire des difficultés scolaires, 14 sur 73. Par contre, les difficultés cognitives plus profondes, comme la déficience intellectuelle, affectent moins de 10% des patients. Donc, certes, des difficultés scolaires, mais sans qu'il s'agisse toujours de formes extrêmement sévères. Et le troisième groupe de séquelles, ce sont des épilepsies qui sont souvent focales et qui sont souvent un peu difficiles à traiter, qui nécessitent des traitements prolongés, voire qui sont réfractaires et des traitements plus avancés que pharmacologiques. Alors voilà un peu le portrait, alors évidemment avec des séquelles qui peuvent aussi se combiner. Alors, on va changer maintenant pour passer aux accidents vasculaires cérébraux hémorragiques périnatales. Et vous voyez ici, pour aller direct dans le sujet, cette image d'IRM où apparaît ce volumineux hématome lobaire du pôle frontal droit, diagnostiqué facilement, très visible, chez un patient qui, en général, cliniquement, se présente avec un tableau qui est sévère chez un petit nouveau-né qui est très jeune. On parle de tableau d'encéphalopathie dans pratiquement 90% des cas, avec des convulsions parfois sévères de type status epilepticus dans environ 70% des cas. La fréquence, on l'a dit tout à l'heure, de ce type d'accident est inférieure à celle des accidents vasculaires cérébraux artériels ischémiques qui sont 1 sur 3000. Ici, on est à 1 sur 6000. Alors, il faut faire attention parce que quand on regarde le type, les sous-types, les mécanismes de ces accidents hémorragiques, on voit qu'il y en a une part importante qui sont en fait des hémorragies secondaires à un accident ischémique. Vous le voyez ici, transformation hémorragique d'AVC ischémique, c'est un tiers de ces présentations, soit suite à une thrombosine veineuse, suite à une encéphalopathie hypoxique ischémique diffuse, encéphalopathie néonatale hypoxique ischémique, soit plus rarement suite à un accident vasculaire cérébral artériel. Et là, on retombe dans les autres sujets dont on a parlé ou dont on va parler. Donc, les hémorragies pures, classiques, c'est environ 59%, la moitié des patients. Qu'est-ce qui les provoque? Des troubles de la coagulation de type, évidemment, complètement différents de ceux de la thrombose, puisqu'ici, on est dans des pathologies qui vont créer une susceptibilité hémorragique, comme les principales sont les thrombocytopénies, souvent d'origine allo-immune, qui sont assez simples à diagnostiquer, à traiter, et puis les pathologies génétiques de certains facteurs de coagulation, dont la plus fréquente est l'hémophilie. Les malformations, quand on pense hémorragie cérébrale, on pense souvent à des malformations vasculaires. Eh bien, vous voyez que ça représente finalement 7%, c'est pas absent, et qu'on trouve là les différentes formes classiques de malformations artério-veineuses, dont les fistules artério-veineuses, par exemple, dans le cas de la maladie de Rendu-Osler. Je pourrais pas m'étendre, mais il y a plusieurs gènes qui sont connus. Maintenant, dans la maladie de Rendu-Osler, il y a des choses intéressantes à faire pour les étudier sur le plan génétique et mieux les diagnostiquer, les caractériser. Les anévrismes et les cavernomes, qui sont des petites malformations veineuses qui donnent des saignements parfois discrets et qui peuvent pouvoir parfois être diagnostiqués, mais avec retard. Il y a on sont inclus là-dedans les hémorragies d'origine traumatique qui représentent 4%. Je pense que c'est un peu sous-estimé ce chiffre-là et que dans mon expérience, les hémorragies cérébrales d'origine traumatique sont beaucoup plus représentées que ce 4%, mais il y a peut-être un biais. Et parfois, on ne trouve rien. Idiopathique dans 37% des cas, malgré toutes les investigations vasculaires. En général, en vasculaire, pour rechercher les malformations, eh bien, l'IRM est très efficace, mais parfois on peut avoir besoin d'une angiographie de contraste classique, et parfois on attendra que l'hématome se soit résorbé, que le bébé est un petit peu grandi pour réduire le risque de complications de ce test. On prend dans le minimum de risque toutefois de ressaignement, de façon à parvenir à faire un diagnostic le plus précis possible. Sur le plan de la prise en charge. Comme le tableau est très sévère, logiquement, la plupart de ces bébés vont être admis en unité de soins intensifs néonatales. Le traitement neurochirurgical initial, finalement, il est rarement nécessaire. C'est 2% des patients de cette série. Ça peut être un hématome très volumineux avec des complications dysautonomiques qui menacent la vie, qui nécessitent une évacuation. Ça peut être un anévrisme qui saigne abondamment, qu'il faut clipper, ou la mise en place d'un drainage ventriculaire externe. Mais finalement, l'évolution naturelle des choses va souvent être relativement favorable sans la nécessité de l'intervention du neurochirurgien. Parfois, l'acte neurochirurgical se situera un petit peu plus tard dans la série de circonstances que j'ai listées ici. Le pronostic est beaucoup moins bon que celui des AVC néonatales parce que les séquelles, d'abord, il y a 4% de décès, et puis les séquelles sont très sévères dans 40% des cas, mais 80% des patients vont présenter des séquelles qui nécessitent un traitement de réadaptation et des épilepsies lésionnelles, donc souvent difficiles à contrôler, représentent aussi une part non négligeable. Autre catégorie, on passe maintenant à ces enfants qui se présentent. Regardez ces images, elles sont tout à fait caractéristiques des thromboses veineuses cérébrales profondes avec cet aspect d'hypo-hypersignal sur l'IRM, hyposignal en noir, hypersignal en blanc, avec des lésions qui ont une forme en éventail triangulaire, dont la pointe se situe au niveau du ventricule. Vous voyez une lésion qui est assez bien visible ici, et une autre ici, la même chose, une forme en éventail, avec une pointe au niveau du ventricule. On regarde des cordes frontales des ventricules latéraux. Chez ce patient, si on se transporte en arrière au niveau des cornes occipitales, même type de lésion triangulaire, en éventail, mix d'hypo et d'hypersignal. Alors, ces régions qui sont affectées ici correspondent exactement aux zones des veines, des petites veines cérébrales profondes, qu'on appelle aussi les veines médulaires. Et la présentation de cette pathologie, qui probablement se développe majoritairement à la fin de la vie fœtale, et parfois un petit peu au-delà, est relativement furtive, avec des symptômes de type irritabilité, léthargie, difficulté d'alimentation et parfois quelques épisodes convulsifs, mais rarement des status épilepticus qui se manifestent un peu en différé par rapport à la naissance. Alors, si on contemple, on n'a pas encore des études populationnelles, prospectives, de bonne qualité pour nous décrire dans les fins détails les comorbidités, les facteurs de risque, ni d'ailleurs malheureusement les détails du devenir neurologique de ces patients. Un des très bons papiers est celui-ci qui rassemble une série de 51 patients vus entre 2000 et 2016 dans un centre américain. Alors, dans les facteurs de risque des thromboses des veines cérébrales profondes, qu'on appelle aussi les veines médulaires, on retrouve surtout des facteurs obstétricaux. C'est très différent de l'AVC artériel ischémique. Ça se produit souvent sur la clôture entre le préterme et le terme à 37 semaines, dans un range qui est entre 32 et 41. Ce sont un petit peu plus souvent des garçons. Les mamans souffrent souvent d'un diabète gestationnel, d'une hypertension artérielle, voire carrément d'une éclampsie, un tiers des cas. Il y a souvent un contexte infectieux qui a pu débuter en anténatal, 18%, parfois une maladie congénitale, et il semble que dans la pathologie veineuse, comme c'est le cas d'ailleurs à travers la pathologie veineuse à travers tous les âges, il puisse y avoir des facteurs de risque prothrombotiques, d'anomalies constitutives génétiques qui, elles, jouent un rôle dans la pathologie veineuse alors qu'elles ne semblent pas en avoir dans la pathologie artérielle, différence de la biologie des artères et des veines qui explique probablement ce type de différence. Ces enfants-là ont comme symptômes à la naissance, je les ai déjà évoqués, des symptômes qui sont souvent non spécifiques, qui ne vont pas toujours aboutir à un diagnostic précis, raison pour laquelle les conséquences cliniques de cette pathologie le diagnostic est souvent fait plusieurs mois, une année après la naissance, devant la constatation de différents troubles neurologiques, crise d'épilepsie, retard de développement psychomoteur, hémiplégie. Néanmoins, il y a un petit sous-groupe, 20%, qui présente une présentation de type encéphalopathie néonatale, mais c'est bien inférieur aux 50% observés dans les pathologies artérielles. Avec bien sûr les symptômes qui accompagnent classiquement les encéphalopathies néonatales. Donc, une grosse part de pathologie obstétricale qui détermine probablement ces thromboses et une symptomatologie néonatale qui est subtile. Quel est le modèle physiopathologique qui est accepté? Alors, vous voyez ici un schéma simplifié de ces veines médulaires, donc qui drainent la profondeur des hémisphères cérébraux vers les sinus veineux qui sont profonds. Voici une image d'une forme évoluée d'infarctus veineux dû à une thrombose des veines médulaires. Alors, l'hypothèse la plus acceptée explicative de ce tableau-là est qu'il se produirait chez ces enfants l'équivalent d'une hémorragie sous épandymère, mais on est chez des nouveau-nés à terme ou proche du terme. Cette hémorragie sous épandymère entraînerait une compression ou serait secondaire à une thrombose d'une veine juxtaventriculaire et entraînerait un engorgement de sang en amont et des fuites ou une rupture des veines médulaires provoquant un mixte d'hémorragie et d'ischémie, ischémie par défaut circulatoire accompagnant la thrombose, pour produire ce type d'image. Donc c'est l'hypothèse physiopathologique qui est dominante. À côté de ça, quatrième et dernière catégorie de l'AVC néonatal, ce sont les thromboses périnatales des sinus cérébraux. Alors comme je vous l'ai dit, les thromboses des veines médulaires, pathologie, beaucoup de facteurs de risque obstétricaux, pathologie probablement essentiellement anténatale, légèrement late preterm ou nouveau-né à terme. Ici, on n'est plus chez des nouveau-nés à terme qui vont développer en général ces complications-là dans les 1, 2, 3 ou 4 premières semaines de vie, un petit peu en décalé par rapport à la naissance. Et là, on retrouve alors la prévalence de ce sous-groupe est de 1 sur 6000. Elle est assez minoritaire par rapport à aux 3 autres types d'AVC néonatal que je vous ai présentés. Les manifestations initiales sont éloquentes, convulsions, encéphalopathie, l'étalement dans le temps au fil des semaines de vie, je vous en ai parlé. Et les facteurs de risque rejoignent ceux des thromboses veineuses à tout âge. Une agression neurologique sévère, encéphalopathie néonatale, un accouchement compliqué, des anomalies prothrombotiques très présentes, beaucoup plus présentes, comme je vous le disais, dans les pathologies veineuses qu'artérielles, une déshydratation, facteur classique de risque de thrombose veineuse cérébrale, et sepsis, ou parfois la combinaison de plusieurs de ces facteurs. C'est en général ce qui fait le lit des thromboses de sinus cérébraux. Le diagnostic, il est très facilement fait, comme avec les thromboses des veines profondes dont on a parlé avant, par l'IRM ou l'angiographie en résonance magnétique. Si on ne dispose pas d'IRM, l'angioscan veineux peut être un très bon moyen de suppléer à la non-disponibilité de l'IRM pour toute la pathologie veineuse du nouveau-né. Les complications, la pathologie peut se limiter à la thrombose du sinus, avec souvent provoquant une hypertension intracrânienne parce que le liquide céphalorachidien est moins bien drainé, ce qui peut nécessiter différentes mesures thérapeutiques, allant parfois jusqu'à la dérivation ventriculo-péritonéale ou la dérivation externe temporaire. Mais il peut y avoir aussi obstruction de veines corticales ou de veines médulaires entraînant des infarctus superficiels ou profonds. Il y a un risque hémorragique qui est important, comme dans toutes les pathologies ischémiques veineuses, et ces patients peuvent présenter des hématomes sous-duraux, probablement aussi par congestion des petites veines ponts qui connectent les veines corticales cérébrales aux collecteurs aux veineux que sont les sinus. C'est une pathologie qui est dangereuse avec 5% de décès, des séquelles motrices, langagières et épileptiques assez importantes, mais on manque encore un peu de séries importantes, surtout prospectives. Il faut connaître dans les fins détails l'évolution de cette pathologie et surtout on manque dans la plupart des études de recul important sur tous les patients. Alors, pour terminer, je voudrais dire un petit mot du traitement des AVC périnatales au-delà de certains éléments thérapeutiques que j'ai déjà glissés au fil de ma présentation. Un grand principe, c'est de faire la prévention secondaire d'un accroissement de l'infarctus. Et pour ça, il faut absolument maintenir la meilleure homéostasie possible. Certains réanimateurs disent qu'il faut viser le normo-tout, c'est-à-dire bien sûr assurer une hydratation normale. Certains de ces bébés qui sont malades se nourrissent mal, ont perdu du poids, sont déshydratés. Bien sûr, ça ne va pas les aider si les flux sanguins sont bas. Certains peuvent avoir eu des hémorragies, être anémiques, il faut les transfuser pour assurer le transport d'oxygène. Certains ont des troubles dysautonomiques, donc qui sont une hypotension artérielle, il faut rétablir un régime de tension artérielle normal. Certains ont des difficultés respiratoires, il faut corriger la norme oxy, certains doivent être intubés, ventilés. C'est important de maintenir une température normale, éviter la fièvre, traiter la douleur, corriger les désordres ioniques, enfin des mesures générales de réanimation, mais qui sont très importantes si on veut limiter l'extension de l'ischémie post-AVC. Donc ces enfants, finalement, doivent être admis en unité de soins intensifs néonatales afin de veiller le plus rigoureusement possible à la stabilité de tous ces paramètres physiologiques. Traitement anti-épileptique est recommandé puisque, comme vous l'avez vu, la plupart de ces pathologies se traduisent par des convulsions et certaines par des status epilepticus. Donc, je vous ai inscrit ici un protocole classique que l'on utilise, mais il y en a d'autres. La question de l'anticoagulation est débattue. Ne fait pas toujours consensus. On manque considérablement de données probantes dans la population pédiatrique en général, mais particulièrement dans la population néonatale. Alors, il y a un dernier consensus de l'American Heart Association sur le traitement des AVC de l'enfant qui a été publié en 2019, piloté par Donna Ferriero de San Francisco, qui finalement souligne l'importance des traitements généraux et indique qu'au cas par cas, l'anticoagulation peut être discutée même si on n'a pas de données probantes, notamment en cas de cardiopathie emboligène avec un thrombus qui risque d'émettre de nouveaux emboles vers le cerveau. En cas de thrombose d'une veine profonde avec un risque d'embolie paradoxale, évidemment toujours en respectant les contre-indications hémorragiques qu'on peut observer. Dans certaines formes de thrombophilie très sévères, il y a aussi des traitements spécifiques au-delà de l'anticoagulation. Et dans les thromboses des sinus veineux néonatales, la plupart des équipes, des centres tendent à mettre les patients sous anticoagulants. Mais il faut savoir que toutes ces décisions d'anticoagulothérapie ne sont pas soutenues par des données probantes de la littérature, et donc sont des discussions au cas par cas, souvent sur des avis d'experts, et des discussions dans lesquelles on doit impliquer les parents. Enfin, ce sont des décisions qui ne sont pas faciles, naturellement, et qui doivent être prises en concertation avec les centres spécialisés ou au sein de centres spécialisés dans ces pathologies. Malheureusement, on n'a pas de traitement neuroprotecteur d'efficacité démontré. Alors, traitement neuroprotecteur de l'AVC lui-même, l'hypothermie qui fonctionne dans l'hypoxie-ischémie globale n'a pas été étudiée dans l'AVC néonatal. Une des raisons principales est que le diagnostic se faisant en général au 3e jour de vie. On a passé la fenêtre de 6 heures pour administrer ce traitement-là. Et bien sûr, la thrombolyse est très discutée dans toute la tranche d'âge pédiatrique, donc n'a pas sa place actuellement dans le traitement des pathologies vasculaires néonatales. Par contre, le traitement de la cause. Enfin, qu'il y a une méningite qui donne une vascularite de l'origine des artères cérébrales, bien sûr, on va traiter son infection, etc. Je pourrais multiplier les exemples, et je pense que j'ai déjà pas couvert ces traitements de la cause de l'AVC lorsqu'il y en a une que l'on peut détecter. Puis bien sûr, à plus long terme, les traitements de réadaptation. Alors, je voudrais conclure en disant que ce qui est important de retenir, c'est que l'AVC néonatal prend finalement de plus en plus de place et plus fréquent qu'on ne l'imaginait. Et j'espère que par cette présentation, je vais vous avoir sensibilisé à certains modes de présentation subtils, un peu furtifs, et, mais qui doivent faire suspecter un AVC d'une forme ou d'une autre et réaliser des imageries afin d'offrir l'optimum de soins aux enfants. Je pense qu'on reste encore dans une situation un petit peu de sous-diagnostic. Sur le plan des causes, celles qu'on connaît sont rares et celles sur lesquelles on peut avoir une intervention spécifique sont rares, mais il faut connaître leur existence, savoir faire les examens, les tests qui sont nécessaires pour les traiter convenablement. Et puis, troisième point, vous avez senti qu'il y a de la place encore beaucoup pour des travaux de recherche clinique, des travaux sur des modèles précliniques pour développer encore plus notre connaissance encore lacunaire de ces pathologies et parvenir à une meilleure prévention, à un meilleur traitement aigu et à un meilleur outcome de ces patients dans la mesure du possible. Je vous remercie beaucoup pour votre attention et j'écoute vos questions avec intérêt.
Thank you, Guillaume, for your talk. Excellent and very exhaustive. Now it's my pleasure to welcome the next and last speaker of today, Dr. Elana Pichevsky. She's a pediatric neurologist and clinician researcher at Saint-Justine Hospital, University of Montreal. Her current research focuses on neonatal glucose derangements, neurophysiology, and neonatal seizure. Today, she will speak to us about glycemia in the brain, the importance of maintaining euglycemia. Welcome, Elana.
Hi, everyone. My name is Elana Pinchevsky, and I'd first like to thank the conference organizers for the opportunity to present to you today on glycemia in the brain, the importance of maintaining euglycemia. For my disclosures, we have received grant support from CIHR to study glycemia in newborns, as well as continuous glucose monitors from Medtronic. Our objectives for today include to understand normal glucose physiology during the perinatal transition, as well as to be aware of definitions and epidemiology of neonatal glycemic disturbances, to identify effects of hypoglycemia in the wild newborn, and to develop an understanding of the relationship between hypoglycemia, hyperglycemia, and glycemic variability with brain injury and adverse developmental outcomes after neonatal encephalopathy and preterm birth. So we'll start off with a review of glucose homeostasis and the metabolic adaptations that must occur when a baby has to transition to the extrauterine world. So the fetus depends on maternal supply for its energy needs, including glucose and amino acids. And under normal circumstances, fetal brain uses glucose as its energy substrate almost exclusively. But if there's growth restriction or stress, the brain can use alternative fuels such as amino acids, lactate, or free fatty acids. When the baby is born, there are many metabolic, endocrine, and physiological changes that must occur at birth to allow a normal newborn to adapt to the extrauterine world. There's a sudden discontinuation of nutrients from the mother once the umbilical cord is cut, and the continuous exogenous supply of glucose from the maternal circulation abruptly ceases and blood glucose concentrations fall. This fall in glucose leads to a decrease in insulin levels and an increase in the counter-regulatory hormones such as catecholamines. This initiates endogenous glucose production via gluconeogenesis and glycogenolysis, as well as fatty acid and ketone generation, leading to stabilization of blood glucose levels, and so they reach adult concentrations at approximately 72 hours of life. So first, let's take a look at how glucose concentrations change after birth. In this graph on the left, we can see a group of term appropriate for gestational age breastfed infants, and the mean glucose concentrations are approximately 3 millimoles per liter. However, we can see there's a nadir at approximately 60 to 90 minutes after birth, and some of these infants drop below 40 milligrams per deciliter, which corresponds to 2.2 millimoles per liter. On the right, we can look at work by Dr. Kaiser's group, where we can see preterm infants in green and extremely low gestational age newborns in red. And we see that the glucose nadir is earlier and lower in preterm than in full-term infants due to the lack of metabolic reserves and associated comorbidities. And we care about glucose because glucose is the major fuel for the brain. And newborns have a relatively large brain, so almost all of the estimated total body glucose consumption can be accounted for by the brain. And although glucose is the primary substrate metabolized by the brain, there are alternative fuels, including pyruvate, lactate, and ketones, that can be used as an alternative substrate for brain metabolism in the neonatal period. However, a recent study showed that they may not be very high in the first 24 hours and are thus unlikely to provide neuroprotection during early or acute hypoglycemia. Next, if we look at how frequently these glycemic disturbances may occur in newborns, first, in well newborns, studies report hypoglycemia occurs in approximately 5 to 20%. However, studies using continuous glucose monitors have showed that approximately at least a quarter of episodes of a hypoglycemia may be missed using intermittent testing. In preterm infants, studies report hypoglycemia in 30 to 40% and hyperglycemia in up to over 50%. In neonatal encephalopathy, hypoglycemia is reported in 13 to 47%, with higher percentages found in studies using continuous glucose monitoring, and hyperglycemia in approximately 50%. So glycemic disturbances are frequent, but how should we treat them? So if we look at recommendations from different societies on how to treat hypoglycemia, we can see that the thresholds recommended for when to intervene are different. And this is because we lack data to rationally define selection of the lower limit threshold glucose concentration values in terms of which treatments to use, acute risk versus benefits, or impact on long-term neurodevelopmental outcomes. And that's because the main question that we still need to answer is, what are normal glucose levels? And are these reference ranges normative for infants at risk for impaired metabolic adaptation, such as in neonatal encephalopathy or preterm infants, who also have other risk factors for adverse developmental outcomes? So let's start by looking at hypoglycemia. There were two influential studies in the 1980s that helped to define the 2.6 millimole per liter cutoff that is frequently used. First is a study using neurophysiological methods, and a study by Coe and colleagues published in 1988, looking at 17 children, of which 5 were newborns, and they had either spontaneous or evoked hypoglycemia in 13 who are either fasted or given insulin. And they looked at the evoked responses using sensory evoked potentials or brainstem evoked potentials, and showed that abnormal evoked potentials occurred only in those with blood glucose concentrations below 2.6 millimoles per liter, and these resolved with reversal to normal glycemia. They thus concluded that blood glucose concentrations should be maintained above 2.6 millimoles per liter. Changes have also been found on neuroimaging following neonatal hypoglycemia, including a highly specific pattern of posterior injury involving parieto-occipital white matter and posterior thalamus injury, including the pulvinar and anterior medial nuclei of the thalamus on early MRI. Long-term outcomes following neonatal hypoglycemia include cortical visual impairment, developmental delay, cerebral palsy, cognitive impairment, and epilepsy. So let's look a bit more in detail at studies looking at outcomes. First, let's consider the potential effects of neonatal hypoglycemia in well babies. And this is the child study, which has provided a lot of information by Dr. Harding's group, where they included over 600 newborns who were born at least 32 weeks gestational age and at risk for hypoglycemia. They looked at intermittent blood glucose testing, but also used continuous interstitial glucose monitors, which provide interstitial glucose values every 5 minutes, and these were born up to 7 days. Over 50% of the newborns had hypoglycemia, which they defined as a whole blood glucose below 2.6 millimoles per liter, or severe episode below 2. Interstitial episodes were below 2.6 millimoles per liter for at least 10 minutes. All the children were treated to maintain blood glucose concentrations above 2.6 millimoles per liter based on their intermittent blood glucose testing. They first did follow-up at 2 years of age and found that hypoglycemia was not associated with an increased risk of neurosensory impairments or processing difficulties. However, they continued to follow these children, and at the 4.5-year follow-up, they still didn't find an increased risk of neurosensory impairment, but they found an increased risk of low executive function and low visual motor function. The highest risk was in children exposed to severe, recurrent, so 3 or more episodes, or clinically undetected hypoglycemia, so episodes detected on interstitial monitoring only. And this is important because they were the first study to show that clinically undetected low glucose concentrations can be associated with outcome, where they found that they may be associated with a 4-fold increase in risk of executive dysfunction. A recent meta-analysis identified 12 studies that looked at outcomes following neonatal hypoglycemia. First on top are the studies that looked at outcomes in early childhood, so 2 to 5 years of age, and found that neonatal hypoglycemia was not associated with neurodevelopmental impairments at 2 to 5 years of age. However, were associated with specific impairments in visual motor function, as well as executive dysfunction. When they looked at studies with follow-up in mid-childhood, so at 6 to 11 years of age, they then saw an association between neonatal hypoglycemia with neurodevelopmental impairment, and in particular, low literacy and low numeracy skills. This suggests that it's really important to follow these children into childhood, and that specific outcome measures should include visual motor and executive function. Now we'll look more closely at studies in preterm infants. In preterm infants, severe and prolonged hypoglycemia has been associated with lower intellectual functioning and motor abilities between 18 months and 8 years of age. Remember I said there was 2 influential studies from the 1980s? This is the second one by Lucas and colleagues, where they looked at a cohort of over 660 preterm infants, of which 2/3 had hypoglycemia, and they evaluated Bayley scales of infant development at 18 months corrected age. And what they did was they used the Bayley scores and regressed them on days of hypoglycemia using various blood glucose concentration cutoffs, and they found a significant association with glucose levels below 2.5 millimoles per liter. They therefore chose 2.6 millimoles per liter as a cutoff and showed that the presence of hypoglycemia on 5 or more days was associated with significantly reduced adjusted cognitive and motor developmental scores at 18 months. They thus concluded that blood glucose concentration should be maintained above 2.6 millimoles per liter. They continued to follow their cohort, and at 7.5 to 8 years of age, they showed that there was persistent impairment in arithmetic and motor function following neonatal hypoglycemia. Studies have also suggested that having repeated episodes may be implicated in adverse outcomes. DOIVENT and colleagues showed that repeated episodes of hypoglycemia were associated with 3.5 and 5-year outcomes, including smaller head circumferences and lower psychometric scores. Hampenius and colleagues looked at a cohort of preterm infants and looked at the glucose values in the first 48 hours after birth, and then evaluated general movements assessments in the first 2 weeks after birth, and showed it was the frequency of hypoglycemic episodes that was associated with poor general movements assessments. Then if we consider moderately preterm infants, so those born between 32 and 36 weeks of age, we can look at the longitudinal preterm outcome project, where they use the ages and stages questionnaire at 4 years old. So a parent completed a screening questionnaire for developmental delays. And the investigators looked at many risk factors and comorbidities from the neonatal period. And in multivariate analysis, the only factor that was associated with developmental delay at 4 years was hypoglycemia, which they defined as having 1 or more glucose level below 1.7 millimoles per liter in the first 72 hours of life. However, not all studies found an association between hypoglycemia and later outcome. Gouda and colleagues looked at follow-up at 3, 8, and 18 years in a cohort of preterm infants and found no significant associations with cognitive or academic skills. However, they had intermittent measures, and timing and duration of hypoglycemia was not available. Tin and colleagues had followed up at 2 and 15 years of age and found no differences in outcomes. However, they weren't able to adjust for social class or maternal education, and the IQ was relatively low in both groups, approximately 81, which may have precluded the ability to measure differences between the groups. Plotman and colleagues had an interesting study where they looked not only at hypoglycemia, but also hyperglycemia and unstable glucose levels, and looked at outcome at 2 years of age using the physician notes or the Bailey scales if it was available. They found no association between measures of neonatal glycemia and neonatal or 2-year outcomes after correction for gestation, birth weight Z-scores, and socioeconomic status. From what we've previously discussed, we know that important outcome measures need to include visual motor function and executive function, and there's a possibility of missed events on intermittent testing. Now let's look at hypoglycemia in hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy. Early studies showed us that initial hypoglycemia was an important risk factor for perinatal brain injury. And Emily Tam showed us that neonatal hypoglycemia in the setting of neonatal encephalopathy is associated with worsening of corticospinal tract injury and worse motor outcomes. In a post hoc analysis of the COOL-CAP study, so one of the large cooling trials, they show that hypoglycemia as well as hyperglycemia during the early postnatal period in neonates with HIE was associated with unfavorable outcomes at 18 months. A recent prospective cohort of infants with HIE who were treated with therapeutic hypothermia, where they used continuous glucose monitoring for 3 days, evaluated outcomes at 18 to 24 months using the Bailey scales of infant development. And they showed that longer duration of hypoglycemia and hyperglycemia, as well as greater area in the hypo and hyperglycemic curves, were significantly associated with adverse outcomes, leading us to want to look a little bit more closely at hyperglycemia. First, let's go back to looking in preterm infants. So studies have shown that hyperglycemia is associated with worse short-term outcomes, including increased risk of mortality, grade 3 or 4 intraventricular hemorrhage, sepsis, necrotizing enterocolitis, retinopathy of prematurity, and increased length of hospital stay. Studies have also identified changes on imaging in a cohort of preterm infants with hyperglycemia. They found white matter reduction on term equivalent MRI. Studies have also found associations between hyperglycemia with later outcomes. First, a retrospective post hoc analysis of a prospective study by Valamazar and colleagues published recently, they defined hyperglycemia as greater than 8.3 millimoles per liter, which occurred in approximately half of the cohort. 27% had hyperglycemia for 1 to 4 days and 21% for 5 or more days. And they showed that hyperglycemia, when present for 5 or more days, was associated with decreased cognition, language, and motor scores on the Bailey at 12 months. In a retrospective study, they considered hyperglycemia as being greater than 10 millimoles per liter, treated with insulin for 12 or more hours, and found it was associated with neurological and behavior problems at 2 years of age. They screened for behavior problems with a questionnaire, the child behavior checklist. And then there was a recent observational national cohort study where they defined hyperglycemia as greater than 8 millimoles per liter and had follow-up at 6.5 years of age, and found that increased duration of hyperglycemia was associated with lower intelligence scores and worse motor outcomes. Next, let's consider hyperglycemia in hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy. We can look at neurophysiological changes that occur acutely with hyperglycemia in these children. So the Noggin study is a prospective cohort study of newborns with neonatal encephalopathy who received therapeutic hypothermia by Dr. Emily Tam at Sick Kids in Toronto. They also used continuous glucose monitoring, so had continuous glucose data for the first 3 days. And they first looked at evoked potentials. They had data available for 54 of the subjects with testing in the first 7 days of life. And they showed that maximum glucose concentrations were associated with worse visual evoked potential measures. And these visual evoked potential abnormalities were associated with brain injury in the visual processing pathways. They had also shown that minimum glucose levels were associated with worse sensory evoked potential measures. We had also looked at EEG changes associated acutely with glucose changes. So first with amplitude integrated EEG, these were looked at in the first 45 newborns and were graded in 6-hour epochs. And we showed that the epochs with hyperglycemia were associated with worse EEG background scores, less sleep-wake cycling, and more electrographic seizures. Using continuous EEG monitoring, we were able to look a bit more closely, which have been evaluated so far in the first 50 newborns, where we graded the EEG background in 5-minute epochs. And the epochs of hyperglycemia were associated with worse continuous EEG background scores, including after adjusting for clinical markers of hypoxia ischemia severity. So several studies have shown us that in newborns with hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy treated with therapeutic hyperthermia, that hyperglycemia was associated with increased risk of death and major disabilities. So to end off, I'd like to discuss briefly glycemic variability. So I'm going back to the child study, which was the study in well babies at risk for hypoglycemia. Remember we talked about the 2-year outcomes where I said hypoglycemia wasn't associated with outcomes at 2 years. However, they did show that higher glucose levels and less glucose stability in the first 48 hours was associated with neurosensory impairments, especially cognitive delay, and that rapid increases in blood glucose concentration following hypoglycemia in the first 12 hours after birth was associated with neurosensory impairments at 2 years of age. Barakovich and colleagues recently looked at the babies and sugar babies prospective cohorts and looked at the risk of neurosensory impairments at 4.5 years of age, or they used the 2-year outcomes if they weren't seen at 4.5 years. And they looked at individual episodes of hypoglycemia to see whether glucose increases fast or slowly is associated with outcome. And they showed that glucose stability following hypoglycemia in the first 48 hours were related to treatment. And only the rate of glucose change was related to adverse developmental outcomes. And this suggests that glucose variability after individual episodes of hypoglycemia may be important. So we have found associations between glucose variability with mortality, brain injury, neurosensory impairments, and very low birth weight preterm neonates and late preterm neonates, as well as in infants with HIE. Studies have also found that babies born below 35 weeks gestational age seem to be at high risk for glycemic instability, including once they're clinically stable. So in summary, both hypo and hyperglycemia are common in high-risk infants. Both have been associated with mortality, morbidities, and worse long-term developmental outcomes. However, the relationships are likely complex. Frequency, severity, duration, and variability all likely play a role. Thresholds and management to avoid glycemic variability and brain injury remain unclear and need further investigation. And studies need to include outcome at school age and evaluate cognitive and visual motor integration and visual processing. Lastly, I'd just like to thank all the wonderful people I had the opportunity to work with to study glycemic disturbances in newborns. And thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Elena, for this excellent talk. I think now we're welcoming all the speakers for the question period. Okay, I see 2 of you. Okay, so okay, perfect. So maybe I'm just missing Guillaume, but we'll see if he joins us later. So maybe first a question for Jared, that was in the comment. There was a question or a comment mentioning stem cell might work better if used in the acute phase of injury. So
yeah,
what would you think?
It's definitely an avenue that is being explored, stem cells in the acute phase versus in the more chronic phase. The challenge of the acute phase is one that, at least in preterm infants, they're very fragile often, and it might be very easy to upset the balance that you might have in those beginning of life. In addition, it's harder to select for the babies that will go on to have neurodeficits if you give the stem cells early. On the other hand, you have the benefit of giving it early that you might be able to really modify the early development. So it's good that there's some trials looking at the very early phase and also some trials looking at the more chronic or tertiary phase of injury once the deficit is more established. So both are good. I think both are worth exploring, and we'll see which one works out best.
Thank you. I have a practical question for Miriam. Do you see yourself all the patients with congenital brain malformation, or when are they referred to you or your clinic?
Yeah, so I don't see all of them, but I see many of them. They definitely all get seen by genetics, and then they get referred to me if there are any if there's any extra information to give the parents, any investigations to do, or special things to do after they're born. So I'd say most, but not all of them. Sometimes, depending also on the anomaly, they get seen by neurosurgery as well. So I'd say in general, yes, but not all.
Okay, fair answer. Elena, I have a question for you. You mentioned that like for hypoglycemia, maybe it's one episode versus repetitive episode that can have an impact. Do you think for hyperglycemia is the same? It's like one episode, or a prolonged, hyperglycemia may have more impact?
So it's a great question. Thank you. It's not clear. A lot of the hyperglycemia episodes tend to be longer also. So when I was working with Dr. Tam in Toronto with the continuous glucose monitoring in the patients with HIE, a lot of the hyperglycemia episodes were much longer than the hypoglycemia episodes. So it might play a role. And some preliminary data looking more at area under the curve from our group and from other group in Europe showed that it also had an impact. So that looks at also the duration and the severity of these events. So I think likely, and pathophysiologically speaking, it makes sense that it might, but I still think we need more evidence to look at this.
Okay. Jared, I have a question for you. Do you think there is a role also for early intervention for premature brain injury? And again, when should they be started?
By early intervention, I imagine you're meaning therapies from physical therapists and occupational therapists.
Yeah.
So from what I know, I didn't research the topic in great detail for the presentation, but it seems that early intervention is particularly helpful. And even if you think back to May Carey's talk early, in a sense, the literacy awareness is almost to some extent an intervention for our at-risk population. So, and Dr. Carey is starting that while the children are already in the NICU before they're even going home. So it would seem that the earlier the intervention, the better. The challenge is that interventions all have certain costs with them. So we try to tailor the intervention for the children at the highest risk of the deficit instead of kind of sprinkling them across the entire population. So I think one of the main challenges is identifying the children at highest risk and targeting them for the early intervention as early as possible.
Thank you. One for Miriam. I know that in your lab, you're working on discovering many genes of this brain malformation. Do you think, like gene therapy that now is rising, could be applied at some point, like maybe if we find them as fetus and, could it change the outcome of some of this brain malformation?
So, I think we're a bit ways away from that. Part of the problem, is multifold. So often by the time we're aware of the brain malformation, a lot of the different steps have already occurred. So you'd really need to, be able to provide this gene therapy to many cells. So I think we're sort of far from that. There's another, so I'd sort of mentioned about mTORopathy. So sometimes maybe we can sort of target specifically some aspects of the anomalies that result from the mutations. So for example, I had given the example, I had shown a case of hemimegalencephaly. These are children who have really bad seizures and polymicrogyria, etc. And so there's evidence that targeting this mTOR hyperactivation with oral medication can improve seizure, can help with seizures, for example. And even there are studies on animal models where treating with mTOR inhibitors of the fetal animal can also sort of stop the structural anomalies as well. So there's definitely room for that, but I think we're a bit a ways away.
Okay, thank you, Elena. You're next. So it's a bit more complicated question. What's the association between interstitial and plasmatic glycemia? And do you think, if we do a tight control of the glucose, we could improve outcome of the preterm baby and also the baby with HIV?
So thanks for the question. So the interstitial monitors, the newer ones, are more closely related to your blood glucose levels. There is a bit of a lag, and it also depends how you calibrate the monitors and whether you're putting bedside glucose levels or ones that are plasma levels from the lab. But some studies in animals, although they often use insulin to induce hypoglycemia, do show a lag between the interstitial and the blood glucose concentrations, but they tell us the newer monitors that's much less. And what was the second question? Sorry.
It was, do you think if you do a tight control of the glucose, you could improve outcome of this baby? If there was a way exactly like to that all this baby have a monitor, continuous that alarm, the nurse, and she adjusts the IV or something like that, if this was feasible.
So some of the initial studies looking at glycemic control in preterm and other populations such as cardiac or in the ICU haven't shown an improvement in outcomes. One of the issues is possibly related to hypoglycemias. Another question is whether they're having more variability and whether with the use potentially of continuous glucose monitors in the future, we'll be able to, for when we try to have tight glycemic control, really actually maintain within our threshold rather than having variability. So I think we still need more research. What we have so far doesn't show any improvements, but I think some data might suggest that maintaining less variability may help improve.
And so that was all my question, but I see one added in the chat. In light of Dr. Miller's talk, should future study about emerging therapy avoid pain-related procedure? If you inject, only do a weekly subcutaneous injection. Could this be a confounding factor? That's a hard question, I think.
I think it's a great question, and it's actually a very good pickup by Tanya that in the Peanut trial, after giving the initial couple weeks of therapy intravenously, the maintenance therapy was given subcutaneously. I'd have to go into more details in the trial to know if they had how they administered subcutaneously and if they were monitoring pain, but I think it would be worthwhile something to monitor and potentially a confounder. And, I wonder if this trial would be redone in 2021, if they would still be giving it subcutaneously. Or if there's any other means of giving it. But as far as I know, at least for EPO, it's not possible to give it orally. But still a great question, and it definitely shows that people are listening to Dr. Miller's talk.
One more that is added. Do you use any neurological assessment in the ICU to determine the risk and refer for stimulation? I think that could apply to both Jared and Elana. Yes.
Would you like to go ahead, Elana?
You can go first, Jared.
Okay, sure. In our neonatal intensive care unit, as Mark described this morning, we use head ultrasound screening to stratify risk for neurologic impairment. It's very imperfect science. We're not going to pick up on a lot of the white matter injury that Dr. Miller alluded to earlier in the day. We are also integrating the general movement assessment, GMA, which is really popularized in Europe, into our unit over the past few years. But right now we're targeting those who are already at high risk as we're slowly ramping up. But eventually the GMA might be a method of screening for neurologic morbidity, even in children who don't have the typical risk factors like hemodynamic instability or large hemorrhages. And I know that at St. Justine, in Dr. Alana's hospital, they've been using the GMA for a bit longer already.
Yeah, so we're trying the best we can. So the more similar to your center, it's really the extremely preterm infants who all have follow-up, whereas the older premature infants don't. So there's lots of even research being done how we can better screen these infants with GMA or other developmental assessments, and whether other investigations that term may be able to better decide which of these infants should have more follow-up versus others who need less follow-up. But right now, they do use the GMA, but it's really the very preterm who usually get followed in the clinic, or those with asphyxia all get followed in the neonatal follow-up clinic as well.
I think one more question from Dr. Santana. Would a closed loop for glucose control be the way to go?
So ideally, there's still a lot of work to be done. The glucose monitors are also relatively large compared to a preterm infant. They have been used in many studies in preterm infants, but they're working on how we can better use these and for monitoring, but hopefully one day that would be great to have. And I think it would really optimize, similar to Dr. Wintermark's question about studies, whether they improve outcomes with the closed loop monitoring, they would be able to minimize that variability that we often see.
So thank you for all the answers. I don't see any additional question for now. So I think we may stop here. Thank you to all of you, speakers of today, for sharing your knowledge and your research. I think it was very much appreciated from the comment I can see here. We thank also our sponsor, PBSF, for hosting and everything that went well today. And obviously, we thank also the audience to be there with us, even if it's virtual this year. Like I will just send a reminder, you have to fill in the form for your presence. There is a form, evaluation form to get your credit information. We are aware that there is a small glitch in the form. We are working on fixing the glitch, but don't worry, you have 2 weeks since today to fill it in. So just give us a bit of time to fix it, and then you will fill it in and get your credit as mentioned. So tomorrow we'll be back at noon. Tomorrow the day is more about term baby, even if today was a bit also about term baby, but it was more premature baby. So we hope you will all be back tomorrow with us, and I wish all of you a good evening.
Roughly every 10 seconds, a newborn dies. So many of these deaths could be prevented by the amazing benefits of an own mother's milk diet, especially for those infants in need of care in the NICU. Research clearly shows the power of own mother's milk to reduce the risk and severity of disease, to build the strength and resilience of our most vulnerable infants. And yet, there is currently no global data outlining how many vulnerable infants are benefiting from this all-important start in life. On this critical issue, we're in the dark. We must do better. We must create a clearer picture of how many NICU infants across the world are being given this vital protection in the volumes they need in order to drive quality improvement. Working with leading experts, Medela has created simple but effective tools NICUs can use to assess the human milk practices they have in place, collect data, identify potential for improvement, and implement evidence-based best practices. Help us create a brighter future. Help us put human milk in the spotlight and drive changes that can benefit every infant. Talk to your Medela representative today to understand the tools we have available.
technology is increasingly present in our lives, shortening distances, bringing faster solutions, and with more practical ways of living day by day. We believe that for all of this to make sense, every solution needs a reason to exist. So why not focus on using this technology to solve real problems in our society? At a time when neonatology had an important reduction in mortality, and today it has the challenge of preserving the quality of life of patients and their families, in a scenario where the number of children with disabling diseases is very large, representing a hard socioeconomic burden in Brazil and in the world. In a country of continental proportions where the heterogeneity of resources, protocols, and conducts represents a harsh reality. PBSF, Protecting Brains and Saving Futures, was born, with the motto of bringing accessible technology and intelligence to prevent neurological sequelae, as with the objective of promoting initial and longitudinal education and training, and also facilitating the implementation of methodologies and tools for early diagnosis and neuroprotection on a large scale. And for this, we created the CSI, a central of surveillance and intelligence where we use an advanced telemedicine system to break borders and shorten distances. In this scenario, we've already monitored more than 4,000 children in more than 270,000 hours of monitoring, distributed in more than 30 hospitals, located in all 5 regions of the country. In addition, we're extremely pleased to work with international partnerships with a focus on education, research, and technological development. But we want to go further, generating homogeneity of protocols and conducts between distant centers and with different resources. With intelligent monitoring, longitudinal education, and capacity building, we can better serve high-risk babies. Together, we can make a difference in the lives of each of these little patients. We believe in the fundamental importance of each of these children being able to read, learn, and believe in tomorrow. Only in this way can we build a country and a better future. PBSF. Learn more at pbsf.com.br.